All right, welcome everyone. Please take your seats. We're glad to have you. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
And I do have a report.
Oh, okay. The board meeting of the Board of Education for March 3rd, 2020 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted as required by state law. This meeting is being televised live on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. This meeting is also being streamed live on our PPS TV services website. Welcome again. We're excited tonight to be getting our first update on mid-year progress measures related to our board goals. In addition, the Student Investment Account Grant Application Package. But first, we'd like to start by adopting a resolution to recognize this week as Classified and Non-Represented Employee Appreciation Week. And we always love the opportunity to shine a light on our classified employees in our schools. This week, we celebrate March 2nd through 6th is Classified Non-Represented Employee Appreciation Week here at Portland Public Schools. It's a great chance to say thank you to the familiar faces that our students, families, and all of us depend upon each day. Superintendent, would you like to invite Sharon Reese up to come talk to us about how we're recognizing these valued employees?
Thank you, Chair Constam.
What's so funny?
For introducing our esteemed Chief of HR, Sharon Reese. The mic is yours.
Thank you and good evening. In our district, and I may be a little long-winded because this group deserves so much appreciation and recognition. In our district, we frequently reference the importance of creating conditions for students that foster learning, well-being, and a sense of belonging. Every employee in Portland Public Schools has a role in creating the conditions for belonging and learning tonight and this week. We are recognizing our classified and our non-represented staff. These are employees who shape the worlds of both our students and our staff every day. On the front lines and behind the scenes, our classified and non-represented staff are in a unique position to influence our school communities. From the moment a student steps onto a school bus in the morning, to assisting students in the classroom, to making the school spaces clean and ready for education, providing nutritious meals, caring for their physical needs, keeping them safe, I can go on and on, aiding their families. We literally could not open schools without these employees. Classified and non-represented staff keep our administrative and school offices running. They attend to our buildings and grounds. They help us communicate with each other and with our community. And they shepherd supplies and equipment, to name a few. I am grateful for their work and their support. In the past 9 months, we have ratified a collective bargaining agreement with each of the labor unions representing our classified employees. So this includes our Portland Federation of School Professionals, our Service Employees International Union, ATU, and the District Council of Unions. The reality is that our employees have the option of working other places. But this is a collection of people who choose to work for a public school district, not because of the fame and glory, but because they are motivated to serve students and to serve their communities, motivated by being part of something greater than their individual selves. I'm pleased to honor these essential, hardworking, and dedicated employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The board will now vote on Resolution 6067 to recognize Classified and Non-Represented Employee Appreciation Week. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Director Bailey moves and Director Brim Edwards seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 6067. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
Seeing none, the board will now vote on Resolution 6067, which resolves that the Board of Education declares March 2nd to the 6th, 2020 Classified and Non-Represented Employee Appreciation Week in recognition of the many daily services provided to enrich and support our students in Portland Public Schools toward their highest achievement possible. Be it further resolved that the Board encourages the Portland Public Schools community to join in honoring classified and non-represented employees for their positive impact on our students and our community. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6067 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Latterell voting.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again to all of our classified employees. We also want to take a moment tonight to recognize another important group of employees, which is School Social Work Week. Superintendent?
Yes, this is another employee group we very much want to acknowledge and appreciate for their tireless work in supporting our students. I'd like to invite Amy Rona, who heads our mental health services and supports here at PPS. Is she present? Here she comes. Come on down.
Welcome.
Thank you. We just appreciate the acknowledgement. As the Senior Manager of Mental Health and Wellness in Portland Public Schools, the increase of social workers in our schools will make a tremendous difference for our students. So we're very appreciative of that. This is work that people long before me have been working on. So I want to make sure that I'm really clear and I give those folks the recognition that is due. So Mary Crow being one of them.
Thanks. I'm the district coordinator for substance use sports, but I'm also the vice president of the Oregon School Social Work Association, and I've worked in and around PPS for 22 years. It's my life's work, and we are so appreciative of Portland Public Schools recognizing the value that school social workers bring to our most valuable, our most vulnerable students. And the increase in social work support in the schools. And we are here to partner with you. The Oregon School Social Work Association is in any way possible. And we just look forward to expanding that role.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair, just to expound a little bit more on the critical role that our school social workers do play, the fact that our students have someone to turn to when they're facing serious challenges, especially when they're impacting on their school success. They might be poverty-related, disability-related, instances of discrimination. They might be confronting abuse, addiction, bullying, looking for help in dealing with the loss of a loved one and other barriers that come up. So I just want to extend the critical work and the way in which our social workers do that sensitively every day of the school year.
I also want to recognize that the timing feels really fortuitous tonight, given that we'll be acting on our student investment account, Student Success Act funds, which one of our critical strategies in our own PPS proposal is the addition of so many more school social workers, which we know make a huge difference for our kids and for our school communities. So the board will now vote on Resolution 6075 to recognize March 1 through 7 as School Social Work Week. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Director Scott moves and Director Bailey seconds. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on Resolution 6075?
No.
All right. Any board discussion? The board will now vote on Resolution 6075, which resolves that the Board of Education of Portland Public Schools extends greetings and best wishes to all observing March 1 through 7, 2020 as School Social Work Week. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6075 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Lateral voting.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony or your coming up to talk to us about our value of our social workers. One more recognition, and I do want to say that I think for each of us, we really appreciate the opportunity to recognize different employee groups and to take this time in our board meeting to really call out the work of in different groups of employees that serve our kids every day, and also students and families. So now we'd like to recognize that March is National Developmental Disabilities Month. Superintendent, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you. We know that one of the most effective ways to change the impact of disability is by increasing our own awareness and by being open to learning and acknowledging that there are systemic barriers that reduce the likelihood of those with disabilities enjoying equitable experiences and having independent, productive lives within their school and their broader communities. I'd like to invite Noel Sisk, who leads our special education family, who is our special education family and community liaison, to highlight many of those activities and supports that we've been focused on here at PPS this year in support of our students and families who experience disability. Noelle?
Thank you very much. Seems like longer than a year ago we were doing this. So I appreciate the opportunity for this to come back around. Last year was our first resolution recognition. Some of the activities we've done, which are more than triple the amount we did last year, so this recognition and work is really making an impact in our community. We were able to have a woman named Lucy Meyer come and do 6 different engagements within our PPS communities, and I was able to host 4 different assemblies, which tallied over 1,000 kids hearing her speak. She's an international and national speaker on inclusion and experiences an intellectual disability. She also is a unified sports ambassador, and this is a program that a lot of our high schools have, and hopefully soon some of our middle schools will be participating. And it's a program that she believes is critical and a necessary step to include our students with disabilities in our school communities, classrooms, along with their non-disabled peers. We also hosted a district-wide showing of Intelligent Lives that included Lucy Meyer speaking at the event to over 100 attendees. This was supported by our superintendent, which we're very grateful for. And Intelligent Lives is a film from award-winning filmmaker Dan Habib, and it is a catalyst to transform for the label of intellectual disability from a life sentence of isolation into a possibility for the most systematically segregated people in America. We have also hosted numerous IEP trainings, and to help make sure that parents understand how to navigate the special education process. As equal members of the team, it can be often overwhelming when you're the only one who isn't a school employee. And as we know, engaged parents really help to have higher outcomes for our students, specifically with disabilities. We have also done 5, now almost 6, district-wide trainings for all of our PPS paras. This is the first year that our special education PPS paras have had this opportunity. And this very much impacts how we serve our most impacted students. My daughter experienced an intellectual and developmental disability due to cerebral palsy, and we were able to present to over 60 paras who work within our intensive skills classes, and we talked about high expectations. She talked about what she wanted to be when she left Portland Public Schools, and we talked about making sure that we have inclusive practices within our schools, even if you are in a focused classroom. And then we also showed the film Intelligent Lives, so then another 60 people were able to be impacted by that message. We also, the last thing I want to bring up as far as future activities, if you check out the board on your way exiting, we've just launched our special education toolkit, which is a collaborative effort with our ESL department for students who are dual identified within special education and ESL services. And this is to make sure that families who speak a language other than English have the opportunity to equitably and meaningfully participate in their meetings. And we know that currently that is not happening. And so this is going to be an incredible door opener for these families to engage meaningfully in this process. And we have 2 more things coming up. We have our first middle school transition night coming up in April for students on IEPs going from 5th grade to 6th grade so that their parents better understand the process. And then we have our second annual Special Education Transition Resource Fair hosted by Roosevelt High School, being run by Kia Swain, one of our wonderful YTP coordinators. So I just want to thank you for recognizing and bringing awareness to this month in celebration of students with developmental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was very inspiring yesterday to see the materials in the toolkit for our in all of our supported languages to walk families through the special education process. It's really overdue. The board will now vote on Resolution 6076 to recognize March 2020 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves and Director Bailey seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 6076. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
Is there any board discussion on this resolution?
Someone was. Yeah. And I checked that today. Thank you.
So sorry about that. Please come on up.
It's Susan Carson.
Thank you. Thank you for the resolution about Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. I'm going to share my experience, but this isn't just about my family. I'm also here to speak on behalf of many other families in PPS who have had similar experiences. My son is a 5th grader at Scott. He has a developmental disability, and he has been successfully included in general education with supports since kindergarten. When I say successfully, that doesn't mean we haven't had difficult times, but he's making good progress on his goals. He's happy to go to school every day, and he's fully a part of his school community. Next year, he's going to middle school. Like all parents, we can't believe it. It seems like just yesterday he was starting kindergarten. In fact, I was probably here talking to some of you. We were nervous but excited about him starting at Roseway Heights, our neighborhood school, our neighborhood middle school. But then we had our IEP meeting, and we were told, no, Anthony won't be allowed to go to Roseway Heights for middle school. The district decided that Anthony would be better served in an intensive skills classroom somewhere else. This subject has never, ever been broached before. In 6 years of IEP meetings, even in the toughest years, even when he moved to a brand new school, no one ever suggested that he would be better served in an intensive skills classroom. Oregon administrative rules state, to the maximum extent appropriate, children with disabilities are educated with children who do not have a disability in the school they would attend if they did not have a disability. They also state, a child with a disability is not removed from education in age-appropriate regular classrooms solely because of needed modifications in the general curriculum. In addition, there are countless research studies showing that students with disabilities do better in general ed with the right supports than they do in self-contained environments. Yet, here we are. Just last week, one of Anthony's classrooms shared that Anthony is her best friend. Another classmate asked to have his desk moved so that he could sit next to Anthony. What should we tell these kids when they ask why Anthony isn't coming to Roseway Heights with them next year? That he's not smart enough to go there? Because that's what you're saying. Yes, my son needs help and support. Sometimes a whole lot of help and support. He has Down syndrome. That's not going away. And it's likely he'll always need some help. But that's okay. And it's his right to receive the support that he needs in his neighborhood school. What am I asking you to do? An attitude of inclusion starts at the top. Make it clear that our kids with disabilities are general education students first. A resolution on developmental disability awareness is great, but a resolution affirming the right of students with disabilities to be included in general education and to attend their neighborhood schools would be even better. The draft budget includes extra funding for focus classrooms. I know that these are very much needed. I do get that, and I respect that. But I would also like to see more funds going toward innovative projects like co-teaching, professional development for general education teachers on supporting special education students, and strategies to make the age-level curriculum accessible to all learners. Advocates and community organizations are here and ready to partner with you. Talk to us, work with us. Stop pushing our kids out. Our kids matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any board discussion on the resolution? The board will now vote on Resolution 6076, which resolves that Portland Public Schools Board of Education proclaims March 2020 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month and galvanize efforts that will lead our schools and policymakers to create real systems of change so people with developmental disabilities will enjoy equitable, inclusive educational opportunities. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6076 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Lateral voting.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. At this time, the board will vote on our business agenda. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull for discussion? We will set these aside for discussion at the end of the meeting.
I don't want to pull an item aside, but I do want to note that there is a new staff report for the financial audit services contract extension.
Thank you. We saw that come through. Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to adopt the business agenda?
I so move.
Director Lowry moves and Director Scott seconds the adoption of the business agenda. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on the business agenda?
No.
Is there any board discussion on the business agenda? All right. The board will now vote on resolutions 6060 through 6066 in the business agenda. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? The business agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Lateral voting.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, before we begin the public comment period, I'd like to review our guidelines for public comment. The board thanks the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and provide your comments to us. We value public input as it informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen without distraction from electronic devices. One quick reminder, any oversized signs need to be in the back foyer, and signs in the audience should not be held in a way that obstruct others' view of the meeting. Board members and the superintendent will not respond to comments or questions during public comment, but our board office will follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. Guidelines for public input emphasize respect and consideration of others. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you give them to our board manager, Ms. Roseanne Powell, to distribute to us. Presenters will have a total of 3 minutes to share your comments. Please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for the record. During the first 2 minutes of your testimony, a green light will appear. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will go on, and when your time is up, the red light will go on and a buzzer will sound. We respectfully ask that you conclude your comments at that time. We appreciate your input and thank you for your cooperation. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for student or public comment?
Yes, we have both. Student comment is Loyal Wady. Wady.
Do you want to call that name again, please, Ms. Bradshaw? Here we go.
Oh.
Welcome. You can pull that microphone down a little bit.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Loyal Wady.
Your last name.
Waddy. I am a second grader at Rosa Parks. In my opinion, you should keep year-round school. One reason is because we come back 1 month early for school to learn more. Another reason is we have after-school activities year-round. The third reason is even though I have a computer at home, I can't do the activities I can do at school. The last reason is I like to go on field trips all year to learn. Please keep my school year-round because I've been going to school year-round my whole life, and it keeps me from forgetting things.
Thank you so much.
We have Mark Jackson and Deshaun Williams.
Welcome.
Good evening. Mark Jackson, Jackson, co-founder of REAP Incorporated. This evening, I wanted to come before the board and just to extend my gratitude and appreciation for the leadership of this district in terms of their process of being intentional with the SSA funding in terms of engaging the community. I think the district has done a great job modeling what engagement looks like in terms of community voice. So I want to begin by saying thank you for that, where many districts in the neighboring area have had a hard time translating community input into the actual budget allocations. PPS has been very intentional about that process, so thank you very much. As you all proceed with the SSA process around your budget vote and also the continued process of implementation of these dollars, I want to call the board's attention to SSA budget allocations specific to social, emotional, behavioral, mental health supports. In the actual budget, it spells out that there will be funding allocated for culturally specific services for contracts. It'll be great to learn how that will be identified and how it will actually roll out so the community is well informed about the process. Also, I want to call to your attention that the chief of schools, chief academic officer, and chief of student support services be intentional in engaging communities of color as they roll out their plan on how they're going to disperse their dollars that have been budgeted. I think that the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice is a great model around engaging communities of color. I think across the district, there much can be learned from Danny's leadership. So I want to give her a shout out tonight for her transparency and intentionality around engaging the community in a proactive manner. Lastly, I want to lend my support to Kairos PDX that their charter be renewed and that the board really applies their equity policy as it pertains to allocating more funds per pupil with the ADM model rather. Kairos does great work for our kids and for our community, and I'm hoping you all will continue to see the value of their vision and their commitment to equitable education. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Deshaun Williams, Williams, and I want to speak similarly to what Mark Jackson has spoke to as well. I'm the owner of RAP Counseling and Consulting. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I also partner with REAP. And I'm here today, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here to give testimony. Today I'll speak on behalf of those few of us who are providing culturally specific services in the community and mental health providers in the community. Myself, I am a Portland Public School product, and now I'm back serving my community. I applaud the efforts and the projected vision for this implementation of increased mental health services, and more importantly, culturally specific mental health services as described in your recitals. As a provider in the community and member, I want to deeply echo the importance of targeted partnership within the community that accurately reflects the demographic students in need, and those that and that these community-based organizations or CBOs, providers, for example, given the support needed to do the work with no barriers. And my experience is not the lack of providers, but the abundance of barriers that intrude on these community-based organizations and or providers' ability to get in the door and the accessibilities of families and students to these providers and community-based organizations. My hope is that the greater efforts are being done to intentionally partner with culturally specific community-based organizations and providers with intentional resources allocated to these CBOs and providers, and not just in some general fund, but that it is named and allocated. Community partners and providers of color, in particular Black and Brown students, are in need of such support. And in order to meet the need of a comprehensive school, behavioral, and mental health system, with a system provides a full array of culturally responsive supports and services, careful attention and action should be done to ensure that CBOs and providers are given the necessary resources to meet that need. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Heidi Hacker and Matt Drake.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Hacker, Hacker, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Forest Park Elementary community of concerned parents to address the portable classrooms that house half our student body as full-time classrooms. You may recall we came before the board last September to discuss several issues with our portables, most immediately the elevated carbon dioxide levels. We would like to extend our appreciation for the installation of heating and cooling units. While the CO2 levels have shown improvement, some of the portable classrooms continue to exceed the maximum levels for a healthy learning environment. Therefore, our ultimate goal remains to remove the portables and finish building our school. In the meantime, however, we are here tonight asking for your help. Please do not look at portable classrooms as equal to brick and mortar classrooms. They are not equal. Among many concerns, these portables have a smaller footprint, tighter spaces with less ventilation, and less light compared to brick and mortar classrooms. Currently, some of our portables have as many as 33 students in them. These kids are literally sitting back to back, touching, because that's the only way they can all fit in this space. This is a safety hazard. Interface Engineering came to our school to inspect our portables. And on February 6th, Brett Borgeson, Senior Manager of Environmental Health and Safety Risk Management for Portland Public Schools, included in his report recommendations, portables maintain 30 occupants or below. With one teacher, this would be a maximum of 29 students. The projections for 2021 school year exceed that suggested limit and do not differentiate portable classrooms from traditional classrooms. We know that the board shares in our desire to prioritize a safe, secure learning environment in all of your schools, and we appreciate the district's support as we pursue smaller class sizes just for these portables. We are uniquely situated. We're confident this will not be a district-wide issue for you because Forest Park Elementary is the only school with 5 portables housing half of our student body. The majority of your schools have 1 or 2 portables in which the students visit them on occasion throughout the week for their electives. They are not there every day, all day. And on February 21st, Superintendent, you emailed the Plan for Student Investment Account Funding, which has been referenced tonight. In the body of the email, it was stated SIA is part of the Student Success Act, which was passed by the Oregon legislature last year. And one of the highlights included more optimal student-teacher ratios and class sizes. So it's clearly a focus of SIA. So we're here to ask you to please differentiate full-time portable classrooms from traditional brick-and-mortar classrooms. And moving into the 2021 school year, please, I'm wrapping up, set the maximum allowable students for full-time portable classrooms to 29 so that all students have a fair and equitable learning environment. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Drake, Drake. I am a parent of children at Forest Park, as well as a pulmonary and critical care physician at OHSU. In addition, I run a basic science lab that is focused on environmental exposures to the lungs. So I'm uniquely situated to be able to comment on the risks that elevated carbon dioxide levels pose. Now, this gas is clear. We can't smell it. We don't even think about it most of the time, but my life involves thinking about carbon dioxide a lot. Carbon dioxide levels pose significant risk to cognitive function. At the levels that are seen in the classrooms at Forest Park Elementary, there's a very clear connection between reduced cognitive function and executive reasoning. And when you think about the effects that that has both on a developing brain and the ability to learn, these are potential complications that will last a lifetime for these students. So the science is quite clear on this issue. When we looked at the recent data since the installation of the new HVAC systems, in some classrooms, greater than 75% of the time that the student's in the classroom, those levels are exceeding the limits set by PPS. So these levels are a major concern, both to their learning as well as their lifelong health. There's associations between carbon dioxide levels and asthma development. And you can imagine how these going forward, things like headaches on a daily basis, eye irritation, even the minor symptoms can really interfere with learning. So setting the limits of students in these classrooms is the most actionable way to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide being produced in the environment. So this is more than just asking for more reasonable class sizes and better space within the classroom. We're talking about helping our children's health and focusing on our children's health and learning and development. I've included a letter with reference to some of the science and studies behind this, and you have my contact information in there as well. I'd be happy to chat on a more detailed basis about these effects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Weber Welch.
Amanda Weber Welch, are you here? All right, is there anyone else, Ms. Bradshaw?
No.
All right, thank you for your comments. Please feel free to connect with Board Manager Roseanne Powell if any of you have something specifically you want the board office to follow up on. Tonight we have a request from our partners at the Portland Association of Teachers to address the board. I understand that PAT President Suzanne Cohen is sick, but Elizabeth Teal is here. Please come join us.
Hello, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Teal, Portland Association of Teachers Vice President, and now the President-elect. Thank you for having us here today. The Portland Association of Teachers has been fighting for years for adequate and stable public education funding. We knocked on doors, organized, marched, lobbied, rallied, and finally celebrated the passage of the Student Success Act last spring. And it is so exciting to now finally see the impact that this new funding will have on our schools. Since we received the details last week, we've been working to unpack and understand the plan for the SIA account dollars. And while we have some questions, we have a lot to be excited about. We are especially excited to see significant investments in school staffing levels, including hiring elementary and middle school teachers to reduce class sizes for our students, adding counselors to our middle schools and elementary schools to meet the ratios recommended by the American School Counselor Association, adding social workers at all our high schools, and increasing elective opportunities for students at middle schools and K-8s. Equity starts with relationships, and it is essential that our classrooms are spaces where every child is known and recognized for their unique gifts and supported in their unique challenges. The first steps to making this happen are prioritizing small class sizes and providing ample supports and opportunities at all of our schools. Your investments in these areas are a crucial step forward. And notably, we seem to be on track to begin hiring for these new positions in the season when the hiring pool is full. That is huge, so thank you. We know that the SSA money cannot meet all the needs at our schools immediately. And it is my understanding that this plan won't even be able to bring our class sizes and caseloads down to the overload levels that are already agreed on in our contract. But we are excited and hopeful for what this first step of investment might mean for our students. We appreciate how PPS collaborated with us to receive real input from educators and incorporate our feedback, and we see that. But the process hasn't been perfect. We only received the plan at the same time as the public, and we were not able to be at the table for the plan's creation. And so, as the district is unveiling these new investments, it's been hard to rectify some cuts to certain programs that serve our most vulnerable students. And that's part of the reason that this room is full. Cuts to school-based school psychologists, speech-language pathologists, and teachers of year-round of English language learners, and the discontinuation of Rosa Parks' year-round calendar. I appreciate that some of these problems, there's already solutions in the works, and others I'm not sure that there are. But I hope there will be. In the context of a $39 million investment to our underserved students, it seems that there was a lost opportunity to work together on the front end to find solutions that we all could have been celebrating tonight. Ultimately, that is what we want, to be celebrating with you the shared vision and co-created plan to invest in our schools, our students, and our workforce. We will continue to work with you to troubleshoot, correct course, and when necessary, demand better. But ultimately, we know that when educator voice and student voice is central to decision-making from the start, we'll get more buy-in, smoother rollouts, and ultimately better results for students. The 4,000 frontline educators that PAT represents see every single day what our students need to be successful. And as we move forward with future iterations of our SSA plan, we hope to bring this perspective to the table at every step of the planning process. So thank you, and we look forward to all the next steps.
Thanks so much. All right, the next item on our agenda this evening is a discussion of the calendar at Rosa Parks School. In March of 2014, Rosa Parks was granted permission to conduct a pilot on a year-round calendar. In February of 2017, the board voted to end the pilot and extend the calendar by one more year before returning to a traditional calendar. The board voted in March of 2019 that staff was to return to the board with a recommendation on the continuation of the year-round calendar. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this item, please?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for postponing my report till after so we can get to this topic. We have several staff that are just in the effort to provide a little context for the resolution here before you. I'll have each of them introduce themselves as they come up. So, Deputy Superintendent.
Good evening, Chair Constam, Vice Chair Moore, Superintendent, and Board Directors. Today we are going to go through the recommendation from staff for the Rosa Parks calendar. We are joined by different members of the team from the Office of School Performance, which is our Chief of Schools, Dr. Sean Bird, our Regional Superintendent, Dr. Keely Simpson. We're also joined by our Chief Engagement Officer, Jonathan Garcia, as well as Shanice, which is our Director of Communications, and we're also joined by Principal Walker, who's joining us here as well. We are going to go through several slides, going through talking about the process, also talking about what it's going to entail moving forward to the proposed calendar, and hopefully also open up to engage into any questions or dialogue that the board may have. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome up Dr. Simpson and Dr. Bird.
Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Constam, Superintendent Guerrero, members of the board. My name is Sean Bird, Chief Schools Officer. And with me,
Keely Simpson, Regional Superintendent.
And we also have joining us
Kevin Walker, Principal.
So as Deputy Superintendent Cuellar mentioned, we have a recommendation tonight, and that we want to go through and explain the rationale of that recommendation and also explain the additional supports that we are adding to the school. We also have joining us up here Shanice Clark from Community Engagement. So our recommendation to the school board is to transition Rosa Parks to a traditional school calendar. And I want to talk about what we are adding in terms of support to make that transition possible. First, we would increase the instructional and enrichment days by adding a 20-day summer program. So that would effectively increase the school day from 177 days to 197 days, or 140 hours of student learning opportunities in a year. If this vote is approved, we will begin working with the school community immediately to tailor that summer program to their needs, and we can talk about that later in the presentation. We'll also be establishing a SUN after-school program that will provide all students at Rosa Parks an opportunity to have after-school programming. They currently do not have those opportunities for all students at this time. And so we would work with the community to identify a partner, and that is part of the reason that this vote is coming to you at this time, so that we can begin that process early so we have it in place for the time of new school year. And we're also able to provide before and after school childcare for students in kindergarten through second grade. Some first and second graders may choose to participate in SUN also, but for kindergarten we would have the before and after school care if they needed it. We're also excited to provide a 3-week summer transition program for kindergartners, early kindergarten transition. This is not a program only for students, but it's also for kindergarten parents. So there's programming for students during the day to get them ready for school. And then there's programming for parents in the evening to help them with their new students who are just going to school. And there'll be child care provided for the children while the parents are in their classes for that time. And finally, we're pleased about additional staffing to support interventions, including a reading and math specialist. That funding is coming from the student investment account. And additionally from the student investment account, which is not listed on this slide, is a half-time qualified mental health professional to help with some mental health services at the school. Ultimately, the alignment of the calendar will provide the school staff with additional professional development time that we're not able to do on a year-round calendar because some of the times we would normally provide that professional development, our licensed staff are off for the summer, and so the calendars don't align, so we're not able to provide those opportunities on this current year-round calendar. So we want to talk a little bit about some of the benefits that we think this will provide. And so ultimately we are doing this because we think it is in the best interest of children and the achievement of children. And I want to invite Dr. Russ Brown from the Student School Performance to talk about the data slide that we have here.
Good evening. Pleased to have the opportunity to speak with the board again this evening, and I think this conversation is good in context of speaking about the board's performance goals and the performance measures for the board. We've talked about moving this board forward and moving this community forward in a database decision-making process. And unfortunately, when we look at the data for Rosa Parks, we see an alarming trend here. Over the last 4 years, there have been substantial declines in achievement, and these are declines in achievement in place in a school in which we weren't seeing strong achievement to begin with. So these downward trends in achievement, particularly for our black and brown children, are deeply concerning. As you can see, in terms of ELA, our African American students have lost 13.2 percentage points in achievement over the last 4 years. In mathematics, that's been 11 percentage points in achievement decline. We have less than 5% of our African American students meeting the achievement benchmark in mathematics at this building, and roughly 1 in 10 currently meeting the achievement marks in English language arts. I think these should be deeply concerning for us and a reason to change direction. Unfortunately, when I look at this year's preliminary data, some of what I'm going to talk about here in a moment, but I look at it specifically for this building for ELA in 3rd grade and 5th grade mathematics, these trends are continuing. So the gaps are actually getting wider. And again, I feel this sense of urgency that we need at this point in time to change direction and to invest in this community to try to create change.
All right. We also want to talk to you about the process that we engaged with, and we have Shanice Clark from Office of Community Engagement for that.
Greetings, Superintendent, Chair, and Directors. To add to this, we incorporated the process from community to be informed by their priorities as we made this decision. And so I think as the perspectives of students, staff, and families were at the table at the onset staff engagement. We used that to identify core priorities that shaped the questions and focuses for our engagement. I do want to recognize too that it was already said, but this community before this year has been engaging in this conversation, and I think there has been a level of fatigue and frustration that I'd want to name, and also folks are largely in support of the year-round calendar, and so I think as we navigated this discussion, there was an interest as we collaborated across departments to not engage in a yes or no question, but to understand perspective, getting at the why, how, and what's working with the calendar. And so that shaped how we did our engagement. The school staff and parents who were participating on our advisory committee were identified earlier in the year by Principal Walker, and we worked together in collaboration with the Office of School Performance to think about how we would shape this process earlier in the year. And so we had a total of 5 meetings between this work with the advisory council, but also did engagement with students and community and staff from the months of December and January in a more zoomed in way. And so I think the results conducted or that we've heard from the student and adult survey has incorporated some levels of focus that was used to identify some of the supports we're seeing, like after-school care and thinking about overall continuation of academic rigorous experiences for students and their ability to continue on. And so I think there is a space that we held the engagement team to understand and recognize where folks are at in this work, in addition to trying to gauge what needs are able to be addressed in the process.
Thank you. And then just in conclusion, I also want to echo that I have had the pleasure of meeting several members of the staff over the last several weeks since I've been here, and I do want to acknowledge their frustration with this multi-year process, and I also want to thank them for their engagement in this process. We have, we all want the same thing. We all want our students to be successful. I know that is at the heart of what they want, and I know the principal. We all share the same desires for that. So if this plan is approved, we will immediately establish a task force. Dr. Simpson and I will work with the principal to immediately establish a task force because as the supports that we're putting in place, those can be all tailored to meet the needs of the school community, especially the summer program. And we are also, open to collaborating with them on other supports that maybe we haven't thought of, and that we can still work with them to make sure that students are getting what they need in this transition. And that concludes our presentation, and we're available for your questions. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to get this resolution on the floor, and we can have board discussion. The board will now vote on Resolution 6068, adoption of the traditional PPS calendar for Rosa Parks in the 2020-21 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Director Lowry moves, and Director Scott seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 6068. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on Resolution 6068?
Yes. There's Melissa Duclos and Biyang Yu.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Melissa Duclos, D-U-C-L-O-S. I have 2 kids at Rosa Parks, and I'd like to ask that the supporters of Rosa Parks and communities of color who are here with us today please stand up. Imagine a public neighborhood elementary school that follows a year-round calendar. Students and teachers still get the same amount of vacation time as they would on a traditional calendar, but those vacations are evenly dispersed throughout the year. Kids at the school lose less ground over the summer than their peers at other schools. They have more consistency in their lives, including better access to free and reduced meals. Their teachers have breaks when they need them, enabling them to better meet the social-emotional needs of their students, and teacher turnover rates are lower than at other schools in the same district. Would you want to send your children there? I moved down the street from Rosa Parks when my kids were still in preschool because my answer to that question was yes. When I made this decision, I imagined other things about Rosa Parks. I imagined I'd have access to after-school care and camps that matched the school calendar. I imagined teachers would receive their curriculum on time, and the district would seek input from teachers and administrators on how to improve the approach and work with families to address challenges like high absentee rates. In short, I imagine that having launched a bold experiment to improve academic outcomes for students at Rosa Parks, the district would provide the long-term commitment, leadership, and willingness to engage families that it takes to succeed. It turns out I was wrong. Rather than demonstrating leadership and commitment, the district has sat back and waited for the school to prove on its own that the model works. They've failed to provide any supports or even to commit to the calendar for more than a 3-year stretch of time, making decisions after the initial pilot on a yearly basis. This year is no different. Despite the uncertainty and the lack of supports like after-school care, I agree with the 71% of teachers at Rosa Parks who want to keep the year-round calendar. I wish I could tell you how many other parents in the community agree with me, but I don't know, and neither does the district. They never bothered to ask us. They also haven't done any real engagement with the culturally specific organizations serving our community. The presidents of the Coalition of Communities of Color and the Coalition of Black Men are here tonight, and neither of them support returning Rosa Parks to a traditional calendar. The district has recommended that we return to a traditional calendar, I assume because they view the experiment as a failure. Imagine instead if they acknowledged their own failures. To truly work with the community to assess and adjust the approach to year-round school or provide timely curriculum and childcare options that teachers and parents need. Imagine if they committed to conducting a better experiment, putting their full support behind this creative approach to providing academic and social-emotional support to children on a year-round basis. Every parent I have ever told about the year-round calendar at Rosa Parks has responded with some mixture of jealousy and amazement. Why, they always want to know, don't more schools in the district do this? The answer is because it requires more work than just moving around some vacation days. Imagine what would happen if the district committed to doing this work. Thank you.
My name is Byung Yu, and I'm an ESL teacher at Rosa Parks Elementary. I just need to kind of point out in the slideshow earlier, a fallacy that I saw is that we are getting provided a half-time therapist due to moving to a traditional calendar, and we are being provided that whether we are year-round or traditional due to the SIA funds. We, the Rosa Parks community, are here in front of you again because PPS has a long and proven history of failing students of color. So I want to start my speech by reminding you that PPS's own equity lens policy states that the district must intentionally involve stakeholders who are members of impacted communities before making decisions. That hasn't happened for Rosa Parks. Community engagement happens when there are relationships in place and trust is built. If you were intentionally involving the community, you would have told us the metrics you are using to measure the success of our calendar. You would have asked parents and teachers whether they wanted to keep the calendar. You would have kept district staff who had relationships with our community, like Carl Logan and Scott Whitbeck, working within our community. Instead, we are working again with the same district representative that harmed us 3 years ago. and another who has been the chief of schools for 5 weeks. It is demoralizing. What was the point of extending us last March if PPS was just going to procrastinate until November to meet with teachers and parents before the vote today? We are almost to spring break, and our community again has no answer for what their lives will look like come June. Knowing district leadership failed us these last 5 years, why did the board sit back idle while leadership was failing us again this year? The superintendent has never sat down with our teachers to hear our grievances. Never asking a marginalized community what they want is oppressive. Is it the district's intention to alienate and segregate our community until we grow tired and give up? What if I could remind you of our namesake, Rosa Parks, who in the spirit of equity and equality refused to segregate herself to the back of the bus? Our students at Rosa Parks also refuse to sit at the back of the PPS bus just because it is a mere inconvenience for the district. Schools like Da Vinci and MLC do not completely align with your schedule, and yet they exist and are not set up to fail 6 years in a row. Alignment is not equity. Offering us a summer program that has not been approved or co-created by our community is community division. Since PPS hasn't done enough real community engagement at our school, let me tell you about Rosa Parks Elementary, the island, the school that never gets its materials on time, whether we are year-round or not, the school that struggles with attendance, test scores, and poverty, whether we are year-round or not. The calendar has obstacles which could have been navigated if the district had been willing to engage with our community and make a plan. If you had been willing to listen to the 71% of Rosa Parks educators that want to continue the year-round schedule. You have not worked with us to improve our interventions, attendance, and test scores with our black and brown students. You have not measured the 19 different first languages and those who come to our school with no prior education. You have not measured the 86% student body of color that has a teacher of color in every grade level. You have not measured our abnormally high teacher retention rate in a Title I school. You have not measured the value of having a black student being taught by a black teacher. Nor have you measured the social emotional value of providing a population of kids that are 95% free and reduced lunch a safe place to learn throughout the year. Because how do you put on paper what having a year-round school can mean to a student who may be homeless or dealing with severe trauma during the long summer months? We've tried a summer school before and it failed. Students did not attend, and it was staffed by substitutes who lacked the relationships necessary to serve our high-need students. Can the district not lead us and work with our community partners to find a workable solution for childcare, snacks, community engagement, effective interventions, on-time curriculum, and provide us with a permanent, supported, year-round calendar? Who should be given the priority within the district? Economically sound majority white schools or disenfranchised communities of color? Racist policies are any measure that maintain racial inequity between racial groups. Voter suppression, segregation, discrimination are common themes on the island of Rosa Parks Elementary. In the spirit of Rosa Parks, we say our students deserve to sit at the front of the bus.
Ms. Bradshaw, is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open it up for board discussion or questions of staff on this resolution.
I have two questions for Dr. Bird. I remember reading in some of the materials that the Sun School would not start until January of 2021, but when you just spoke, it sounded like you were saying it could be for fall, this upcoming school year.
So it's a process to start. It takes about 6 months, apparently, because it's a county service. We're also actually having, they have a provider now that does some after-school stuff that's attached to their building. They have expressed an interest in working with us. And so the school will have to have input on who their provider is going to be. So we would start that process immediately. We would work with Office of Student Support Services to begin that process of searching for it now.
So the plan would be to start to have that available in the fall, if possible, but knowing that it might not be possible because of the timeline
Correct.
of 6 months.
Yeah, we would try to accelerate the timeline as much as possible.
And then my second question is, you mentioned here on this that we plan to establish a task force composed of school and district. It went away. You said that Principal Walker would be part of that, but who is going to choose that task force? I think we've heard from the community this desire to be engaged, and so how will that task force be created?
So we would rely on the principal as the leader of the school to compose that task force, and then it's our job as district people to support the work that they want. And if I might just say something about the summer program. So in all of our CSI schools, there will be a summer program that's happening. It's a STEAM theme program, which is engaging. There was a pilot of that last summer at a school. It was very popular. So that is that's been developed by the Office of Teaching and Learning. However, we recognize that every school is different, and we're happy to work with Rosa Parks staff members to ensure that the program is meeting their needs, and their program will actually be a little longer than the other CSI schools.
So what I'm hearing you say is that Rosa Parks will have a specific developed with their community and their educational leaders program for them.
That's correct.
Principal Walker, would you put both staff and parents on that task force? What's the sort of plan there?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That was a very affirmative response to that question. What's your plan for how you'd go about choosing those folks and kind of making sure that people feel like they're well represented across the community?
Yeah, well, and I think in looking at how the school calendar advisory committee was selected, it was intentional because it was people who didn't feel like the system served them well last time, right? And so I think in looking at how that committee gets selected or how those get put together, it's going to be who's best going to serve the students and who's best going to be able to put that together. Who's best going to be able to serve them in that way? Yeah.
Thank you. That's all of my questions, Chair Constam.
I have a couple of questions. Just curious about our engagement. Did we engage with members of the Black Student Success Task Force, the Coalition of Black Men, the Coalition of Communities of Color, the NAACP or the Urban League? While they're not necessarily in the school community, Portland, as you know, is a very small Black community, and I'm just curious if we were able to get some feedback from them in terms of how best to educate Black and brown children.
Thank you for that question. So we initially had some conversations that looked different with partners that are connected to the Rosa Parks community, but some of the organizations that you have named, we might not have had some specific engagement there. And our school community, I know through text messages and emails and other efforts to folks specifically who might be families or students at Rosa Parks might have been the center of who we focused engagement to, and use some other channels to connect with other partners. And I'm not sure what else we would add there, but
So I had a question. There was a reference to last year's, there was a pilot summer school. What school was that at?
I know for sure it was at Lane, and I'll ask. Lent.
Lent.
Yeah.
And what were the outcomes? Was this designed to stop summer melt? I'm just trying to get the sense if that's the model. What?
Dr. Valentino, that program's from his office, so I invite him.
And I guess the base part of my question is that if that's what it's modeled after, like it's going to be something similar, and like what did we find last year with the pilot if we're going to roll it out roll it out, it sounds like not just potentially at Rosa Parks, but if a decision is made tonight, but also at the other CSI schools.
Right. So the learning from the last rollout last year, which was the first time we attempted this as at scale, was that number one, we needed to begin the planning earlier because there were a number of shifts we needed to make, right, to the way that curriculum was being developed. And remember, last year we were still in the middle of curriculum development. So as we've moved forward now to teaching practices, the way that our curriculum is being designed is really to ensure that it actually uses data, information on the progress of the students participating to make sure that we are more targeted in the supports that we're providing. So that was the big learning, right? We went wide, not yet really understanding the context of that work. As we understand it better, we need to be more targeted, greater specificity to the subjects that are taught, not broader, but more focused, and then provide some additional support through SUN programming that provides some of the other activities that they can participate in. So there is more partnering now. There will be more partnering now and into the future than there was last year. So there were a lot of lessons learned from last experience. So it will be much stronger program over the summer. One of the things, given the context of this situation, it would behoove us to be more engaged in the conversations with the school, who has a better understanding of their students. The teachers have a better knowledge of where the students are, so we would be better positioned to support the school if we work more closely with them moving forward.
So maybe just so that I can imagine what it's like. So you have what's being proposed is 5 weeks, 4 days a week, 4 hours. Sing and nod. So those 4 hours, is it a continuation of the instruction that's happened through the school year, or is it a different curriculum? I'm just trying to understand what the...
Well, as we've used the information on student progress and growth over the school year, then if we are providing targeted support, then it is still part of the scope and sequence of the instructional program, but is really to address where the gaps are, right? So if a third grade student fails to attain grade level standards in certain areas, those are the areas that the curriculum is designed and the instruction is designed to address. So the more effectively we are able to identify those gaps and work with the school, the better we will be able to coordinate effort to support them during the course of those 5 weeks.
I have another question about I know the calendar year you've said will help align wraparound services that are available during the traditional school year, and I'm not an educator, so pardon my naivety, but are there other interventions that could be had or could be made in place of, the statistics were pretty dire that were just shared in terms of achievement, but what other interventions are there out there as educators that could be put in place to support the achievement levels being raised besides the calendar? Are there other interventions? Having an additional social worker or 2 or 5 or additional, teaching staff. I'm trying to be creative here.
And I'd like to piggyback on Director DePass's question and just ask Principal Walker as well if he can comment on his proposed staffing and budget for next year and what it looks like relative to what it has looked like in the past. That's both a reflection of our general district priorities, but also an infusion from the student investment account dollars.
So moving into next year, we've been allocated some additional FTE, which is largely because of the SIA funds, and so we have 2 instructional specialists that'll be present at the school, along with a 0.5 qualified mental health professional, so a half-time qualified mental health professional. The 2 instructional specialists will predominantly work with students on Tier 3 needs, so they're really going to work on lagging skills or universal skills that haven't quite been developed yet. That is going to be really targeted moving into next year. That's a significant difference than what we have this year. With that said, there's always a lack of resource, right? And I feel really strongly that Rosa Parks is a unique community. There's not another Portland public school like it. And so we do need more, and we do need different, because it is a significantly different school. So.
Thank you. I'm trying to get a sense for isolating that variable. So if the calendar is one variable and inviting 6 more staff to the building and additional support, and that is a separate variable, what the impact is. So what does success look like with the calendar as it stands today?
Sure.
And the additional supports that you're planning on for next year?
So is the calendar as it stands today as in the
year-round calendar?
The year-round calendar.
So what would it look like to have a year-round calendar with the support to help bring these students up the achievement?
Sure.
I mean, just a question. I don't know the answer. It's an honest question.
No, absolutely. Yeah. And so one of the things that I think is really important and what came out of the work this year with the staff was that we elevated a number of things that needed to be addressed in order to make the year-round calendar more effective at Rosa Parks. There are things that are lagging and lacking within the scope of that calendar that have been lagging and lacking for 6 years at this point. And so it's really difficult to say what without knowing how we can broach some of those large pieces that are lagging and lacking, what we could do within the scope of that work, if that makes sense. I think that there are pieces that are outside of the district's control, and there are pieces that are within the district's control, and there's not a good way to know what it looks like to have it fully supported, because it's yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. It's a difficult question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any further board discussion or questions?
So don't leave, but give me a minute. So can you say a little bit more about the, so you mentioned things that are within the control of PPS, yes, and then things that are outside.
Yes.
Can we start first with the external? Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Sure. So Rosa Parks is situated in New Columbia, and we have 3 different community partners. 2 of the community partners predominantly serve our students. Boys and Girls Club is connected to our building. Rosa Parks was built in conjunction with Boys and Girls Club. And then Charles Jordan Community Center is also adjacent to Rosa Parks and also serves Rosa Parks students. Both of those buildings serve students from the North Portland area, not just Rosa Parks Elementary School. And so it has been a struggle for us to tap and utilize those resources because they operate on a different calendar. They use the traditional calendar, and so they serve students who are coming from other schools. And they also hold summer camps. And so that is outside of the school district's control to be able to make changes there.
And have efforts been made with those partners?
So I spoke with the partners recently, and they're unable to shift those calendars to match our school because we are one school. And they serve a lot of schools in the North Portland area. So they have a lot of different student bodies who show up there. So they're not going to move for us.
So what kinds of resources are available for families during the vacation periods for Rosa Parks? And let me, as a single mother,
sure,
I depended on summer camps. I depended on the Boys and Girls Club, which cost me $5 a year at that point. They provided transportation. It allowed me to function as an employee and a mother at the same time. So what kinds of resources are available to families, given that the logical partners are not able to provide those kinds of resources to families? What do families do?
That's been a significant barrier, and Boys and Girls Club has gone up since $5. That is something that the price has gone up a little bit since then.
And just to be clear, it wasn't that long ago. A little long ago, but not that long.
That's a significant issue. There isn't a lot of resources for families to be able to tap. I'd say the hardest one, because it doesn't line up, is the September break that we have into early October, because everybody else is in school and session at that time. And so families are kind of relying on, the community as a whole to watch their kids. So, yeah.
So are there families in Rosa Parks for whom the current calendar is difficult?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say that's a fair statement. Absolutely.
Well, and there are also families who are not who live in the neighborhood who have chosen to go to school elsewhere. Many of whom say it's because of the calendar. We don't know all the reasons why, but the catchment in that neighborhood is lower than what we see with most of our neighborhood schools.
Yeah. I would say that there are families who have left because of the year-round calendar. I would also say that there are families who have come because of the year-round calendar as well. So, yeah.
And I don't think we can know why somebody doesn't go to the neighborhood school.
Yeah.
It's so many different reasons. I mean, I had my kids in and out of the neighborhood school, so depending on my transportation plan, frankly.
So the PPS, what's within the control of PPS within the current calendar? What are the resources that you need to support the students and the families and the teachers and staff that you haven't gotten? And are they gettable? Is that a word? Is it doable, realistically doable, for PPS to provide those resources to the only year-round school in the district?
Yeah.
And I mean, it might. I don't want to put you on the spot all the time, but I'm going to offer that up. Anybody who wants to answer that one, please.
I would say I don't know what's doable and what's not doable. I know what I do for the community and for the school, right? So when I call and I'm asking about nutrition services, or I'm asking to open up a testing window, or I'm asking about curriculum and materials, or how we can reschedule PD for our teachers to work around the calendar, those are things that I'm working to do to make the calendar work. And so I don't know the degree to which those things are in control or not in control of being able to be shifted so much to make it work. So.
Why can't we have that answer your question? That's going to go with traditional calendar on year round? What's wrong with that?
Did you have more to your question?
Yeah, I had a question about the summer program. Can you, you said a little bit about what it was like. Is it going to be, so it's 4 hours a day, 4 days a week for 5 weeks. Is it going to be solely classroom based? Is it going to be, Is there going to be any fun involved, is my question.
So the first 4 hours is academic enrichment or intervention, and actually the program will run from 8 until 4:30. So the first 4 hours is the academic part of the program, and the rest of the day will be different activities with community partners that we partner with.
I'm sorry. That provoked a question. Because I thought when I asked it was going to be 4 hours, but in essence, you're saying it's an 8-hour day and four hours of instruction and then 4 hours of enrichments. But it's not like you would go to 4 hours and then you choose to leave or not. It's like your school day is from 8 to 4.
For those students that choose to participate, yes, it's the academic enrichment intervention, and then there are some partnerships that we'll work with to have other activities for students. In order to address one of the needs that came up in the conversations about childcare and also improving student achievement. So this will be open to any student that wants to go in grades 1 through 5 for the school.
And what is the capacity in terms of number of students?
We planned for 50% of the school population, and that is based on what Principal Walker gave us for the students who attend the intervention week. So we kind of planned based on that, and our projection is a little higher than what I think they normally get for intervention weeks during the intersession periods.
Did I just hear that the kids can opt in or opt out? It would seem like the kids that need to be there are all of those kids that are below that median line. I mean, every kid in the school that's not achieving at grade level shouldn't have a choice about summer school. I mean, I make them all go.
They will have it's open to any student in the school, grades 1 through 5. We are just using the projections based on the numbers that they normally get during intervention week. So it's technically a school holiday, so we can't force students to go. So I'll let Principal Walker speak about their intervention attendance now.
Well, as it stands, intervention is also additional time, but it's not mandatory or required. And so, if a family decides to keep their young person home, they do that. Everybody gets invited, but it just is kind of up to the family whether or not they attend. We send them a letter, let them know we could really use your young person here, and we'd love to support them additionally in these areas. And so, should you choose to bring them, here's what the day looks like, and here's when they get off.
If it turned out that all of the students wanted to go to the summer program, would you have capacity?
We would staff so we're staffing based on interest of the students. So yes, we would have additional capacity to do that in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Any further board questions or discussion, Director Bailey?
Yeah, could you talk a little bit more about intercession or the intervention week? How many times through the year does it happen now, and what's the turnout? Let's one question at a time. So.
Sure. So it happens 3 times a year. Basically what the calendar looks like currently is 9 weeks on, 3 weeks off. Within the 3rd week is Intervention and Enrichment Week. And so in that week, we invite students who are at or in need of additional support, so below grade level, back to receive additional math and reading support. And students who are at or above grade level get invited to enrichment. We cycle through the enrichments with our community partners, so Boys and Girls Club in Charles Jordan. We have contracts with them, and we provide within one of those 1 week intervention weeks, we have enrichment that they do for K1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5. So 4th and 5th graders are going to be having their enrichment coming up. So all of 4th and 5th grade will be invited. But K5 intervention, everybody gets invited who needs additional support. The attendance of those has gone down over some time, and it's definitely something that we would love for more people to attend. It's their choice as it stands right now.
And Is the academic intervention mostly staffed by Rosa Parks teachers?
It is staffed by Rosa Parks teachers. Yes. Yep.
Other questions or discussion?
I do, and at the expense of, again, I'm being naive. So what would it look like during this intervention week to have, reading specialists, like a whole team of specialists come in and do that week? That, the kids got some outdoor play, they got some STEAM activities. They're not sitting down for 8 hours in the classroom learning how to read and write, but they're out, getting the enrichment activities that I benefited from.
Yeah. I think that one of the things that we could definitely use is to kind of rethink and reimagine the current intervention enrichment weeks, because looking at the data across the board, right, tells us that stuff is not going well. Things have consistently gone down, so it's something we need to look at and address seriously, because it's not okay to keep doing the same thing and expect a different result, right? And so I would say that I don't know. I mean, we could build a plan around having additional support and resources and things like that, but I don't know what the outcome would be without actually doing those things.
Sure. I mean, I like your kind of the way you're thinking about that, is that we're not really innovating, with the same minds that have, we need like an infusion of some type of thinking to sort of solve this problem, because it's pretty, the statistics are dire, and it's not the end of the world. I mean, I believe that the school could turn around with the right variables and inputs into the system.
Yeah, and Rosa Parks is, again, an incredible place. The teachers, the staff, everybody there, they love and care about the kids, and they love and care about the community. And it's a place where people show up because they're invested, and they're heavily invested in those students. And so, I can't say enough unique and good things about the climate of our building, about the community, and about just in general how people show up there on a daily basis, ready to give of themselves for our students.
Thank you. I think that's pretty clear. Do we have any further discussion or comment before we bring this to a vote? I do want to ask, Marcus Mundi asked if he could, do you still want to come up? Do you want to make a comment? Or? Sure. Okay, please come up. He's Director of the Coalition of Communities of Color.
You got applause and you haven't even said anything yet.
I know. See if I applaud when I'm finished. Just a point of clarification. It was presented to you all earlier that the Coalition of Communities of Color had endorsed the earlier testimony, and I just want a point of clarification. I hadn't agreed or disagreed with it. There wasn't outreach done to me before tonight. So I just want to be clear that we have a process at the coalition. We check with our membership, we get feedback, and then we come to conclusions. We have a consensus model. So that wasn't done. And I just wanted you all to be aware of that. Mr. Jones can speak for the Coalition of Black Men, but let me see, I made some notes, but yeah, just no outreach. And, until we fully share with our membership, I'm not going to rush out with an opinion. I've heard great things on both sides today, so I would have been happy to consider it in a timely way, but that didn't happen. So.
Appreciate that.
All I have, Tony Jones, Chair of the Coalition of Black Men. We weren't consulted at all, so I have, we as an organization have no position on it, so as a result, we don't support it because we haven't had the time to deliberate or know anything about the matter. When what's disappointing to me, I was here a year ago when you guys talked about reviewing this and working with the community. So it's disappointing to me how it's coming about. But I just want to say, as an official position, we do not have a position, so therefore we don't support it just because we have not had a chance to review anything. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I have some comments I want to make, unless somebody else wants to go first.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to thank the community members for sharing your point of view about what you think is working well with the current calendar and what the challenges have been. And I want to thank Director Moore for giving me the debrief on yesterday's meeting that occurred, and it sounds like there was a lot of feeling and information shared by the community with the board members, and thank you for sharing that. And I appreciate the community members sharing their points of view yesterday. And then I also want to thank the follow-up from Teacher Byung Yu, who provided follow-up from yesterday's meetings about the sense of how the community has felt over the last six years, sort of the ups and downs, and also what the community felt it needed to be successful. Just stepping back, I want to acknowledge that, so I was on the board before when Rosa Parks was first envisioned and built, and I think there were lots of hopes and dreams for what would happen inside that school, and I think there has been a lot of magic that's happened there. In the last 6 years since the calendar was put into place, there's been a lot of change. I don't see anybody here, myself included, on the dais here that was here 6 years ago when the calendar, as I know, some of the issues that have raised go back from the very beginning. So I just want to acknowledge that there has been a lot of changes at the district. I think it's also important to acknowledge, and I think this came up tonight, that in many ways, because Rosa Parks had a different calendar, there were challenges for Rosa Parks because it was not like the others. And I think often that wasn't with good or bad intent, it just was different, and that created challenges, whether it was related to PD or curriculum cycles, not being synced up with other ones. And it's not good or bad, it just created, I think, some additional challenges that would have required work to overcome, because you've got the rest of the district on this other cycle. I think there were also promises that were made at the beginning, for example, that the cluster would go that direction, that when that didn't happen, it really created additional challenges for Rosa Parks because, again, it became one of more of an outlier in the district. I will say that we should acknowledge that there's lots of positive things, Rosa Parks, that students have a teacher of color in every grade level. There's lots of social and emotional supports for the students. And I think last year there was a new principal after the retirement of longtime principal Tamala Newsom. And I think I want to thank the district staff and the community for working together because from what I've heard, that was a very successful selection of the new leader, and that has brought... And to me, that demonstrates that the district staff and the school community can work together to do good things for the Rosa Parks community. I want to honor the passion and commitment of the teachers and staff at Rosa Parks and what you do for the students. And I also want to acknowledge that as a board and a district, we've looked at the data, and it's not just at Rosa Parks, but across the district, that we have a lot of work to do. And we've set really aggressive growth targets for historically underserved students. And I believe the district staff in good faith have tried to, not just at Rosa Parks, but other schools as well, but tried to look at what sorts of supports and interventions would best support our students and really change the trajectory, which we all know is not acceptable. So I do thank the staff for the creativity and the work that they've done to try and do exactly what I think we as a community all want to have happen. And then I think, just in closing, I think I want to acknowledge that PPS, and I'm part of the we, still needs to win the hearts and minds of most of the Rosa Parks staff and community. And so I hope following the outcome of tonight's meeting that collaboration and co-creation are at the center of the work. Thanks.
Appreciate those comments very much. Director Brim-Edwards, and the only thing I want to add to this is, in a few moments we're going to be talking about our proposal for the Student Success Act dollars and the really hard, detailed work the district has done to identify what our priorities are. It's such an incredible opportunity. For so many years we've talked about things like adding social emotional supports, providing additional instructional hours and summer programming in our highest need schools, and it hasn't been possible. It hasn't been a reality. So I think that the opportunity to put those dollars to work in Rosa Parks and our other schools, some of our other really needy schools, is a huge game changer. And I guess it feels important for me to say that because if this board decides to put the calendar back in sync with the rest of the district schools and coordinate the provision of support and resources to Rosa Parks, there's going to be a lot more to the story as well. And I think that's hugely important. So does anyone else have any comments they'd like to make before we take a vote? Okay.
I want to thank the Rosa Parks community for inviting us more than once to come visit the school and to listen to the community members, parents, volunteers, longtime volunteers who put in a lot of time, the staff, and it is painful to admit that PPS has not faithfully fulfilled the model that was originally proposed 6 years ago. There are essential elements of that model that have never been in place. At the time, I was concerned that PPS was not setting up the three schools in the pilot, was not setting them up for success. And then 4 years ago, when the pilot ended for two of the schools and continued for Rosa Parks, PPS still didn't provide the supports. In addition, the model envisioned a very strong partnership with external partners that would provide the kinds of, especially family supports during the vacation periods, and that has not happened. And I am aware that over the years, attempts have been made to work with the community partners. I'm talking about Boys and Girls Club and Charles Jordan. Attempts have been made to create child care opportunities, camp opportunities for students at Rosa Parks during the vacation periods, and those have not been financially sustainable for those organizations. So there are a number of things about the model that have never been fully achieved. And from where I sit, here's the problem. I think the year-round calendar is a promise that PPS cannot keep. I'm not interested in PPS trying and failing to provide the supports that a unique program in the system requires. I just don't think we have the capacity. If we were talking about making the entire district a year-round program? Well, we might, I actually think we might want to entertain that concept. But absent that, I just do not think that Portland Public Schools has the ability to provide the very specific needs that Rosa Parks students have. So I'm essentially going to say what I said to the staff and community members at the meeting yesterday. I'm going to vote to support this resolution. I know that's not the answer you want, but I think it's my responsibility as a board member to ensure that the district is able to fully support this school and every school in the way it needs to. And there is, I've been in a school a number of times, and from what I can tell, and by all reports, it is a remarkable school. The children are happy. The children are, they're joys to be around. The families are deeply engaged. The staff are deeply engaged. It is my hope that even with the calendar change, that those things will not change. And what I can do is pledge that I will do everything I possibly can to ensure that PPS lives up to the promises that we're making to you today. And I believe that this district, I believe this administration is fundamentally committed to serving all students in this district, but in particular students of color. And they truly are committed to providing these additional resources that Rosa Parks has never enjoyed. And I hope that that the Rosa Parks community at this time next year will be pleasantly surprised and will be happy with the kinds of supports that they're now getting from the district.
All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 6068.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah? The board will now vote on Resolution 6068. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no.
No.
Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6068 is approved by a vote of 5-2 with Student Representative Latterell voting no. All right. Thank you. All right. The next item is okay. Next item is approving an increase of the pass-through rate to 95% of the charter school rate for charter schools serving populations of 50% or greater historically underserved by race and ethnicity, historically underserved students by race and ethnicity. So this resolution reads, the Board of Education for Portland Public Schools approves an increase of the pass-through rate of state school funds from 80% to 95% for K-8 charter schools serving student populations of 50% or greater historically underserved students by race or ethnicity. Let's take just a minute. Let's recess for 3 minutes. All right. Director DePass and Director Bailey, can you please rejoin us at the dais? And Director Moore? All right. Back to the issue at hand, which we have just introduced, which is regarding the pass-through rate of state school funds to charter schools that serve a student population of more than 50% historically underserved students, as defined by race and ethnicity. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to call staff forward to bring some context on this?
Yes, this is an important item, and I want to make sure that our Senior Director for Multiple Pathways, Karina Wolf, as well as Tara O'Neill, who heads and supports our charter schools, provide sort of a clear explanation of what we're proposing here.
Is it in there? Good evening. So the resolution, or the context is we were asked to consider the implications of passing through more than the state's minimum for schools that have a greater percentage of a majority of students who are racially and ethnically historically underserved.
Okay, and what we did was an analysis of our funding strategy right now and where the charter school funds that we bring in through the district for the ADM at the charter school, what is actually spent and passed through to the charter school versus what is retained in the district. And additionally, we also looked at charter schools' percentages of historically underserved by race and ethnicity. And in the analysis that you received also showed the cost of running the charter school program. And I'm apologizing because I did not bring that memo with me.
It's right here.
And the overall analysis is that we are running the program for less money than what we are bringing in. We are able to pass through by law more than a minimum amount of funding, and the potential for passing through to support schools that are serving a greater than 50% historically underserved by race or ethnicity population exists without exceeding the funds that we bring in for charter schools.
I think I'll just get the motion on the table, and then if we have further questions, the board can bring those forward. The board will now vote on Resolution 6069, approving the increase of pass-through rate to 95% of charter school rate for charter schools serving populations of 50% or more historically underserved students by race and ethnicity. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Director Lowry moves and Director DePass seconds the motion, or actually that was simultaneous, to adopt Resolution 6069. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on Resolution 6069? Okay, thank you, Ms. Powell. Is there any board discussion? I would go ahead, Director Lowry, the chair of our Charter and Alternative Programs Committee.
I would like to say this came out in a conversation at the Charter and Alternatives Program Committee meeting, and I know that Chair Constam was the sort of energizer behind asking staff to do this analysis, but the committee discussed it at length, and we do recommend this. We have charters that are doing incredible. We have a charter that is doing incredible work, and we want to honor that and also look to the future and ensure that those students that have historically been underserved have the resources to be as successful as possible. So I would encourage my board colleagues to really think deeply about this as a way to serve those students well.
So I really appreciate the committee bringing this forward. I think it sounds like a great idea. I'm definitely going to support it. I have a more generic question. I don't know if it's to staff or the committee, but just sort of getting to understand this. So state law requires a minimum of 80% to be passed through, and it sounds like PPS policy to date has been to pass through 80%. But it sounds like prior to this, we have not done any analysis. We've now done the analysis. Prior to this, though, it was really just sort of based on that minimum. And I guess my question is a policy issue. I appreciate this, and I appreciate the focus on students of color and really rewarding those programs that do that. Is there an argument here, though, that we should really be looking at our true cost of running and administering these programs, and to the extent that true cost is less than 20%, passing through the remainder to the charter schools that are approved?
So I think a couple things. Just to be clear, it's 80%. The statutory minimum and threshold is 80% for K-8, and it's 95% at high school. So there are two different rates that the state has set. And part of what we were asked to do as staff was to do an analysis. I will say that there was an analysis done about 6 years ago, maybe, around how much it costs to, so a similar, probably less, but a similar analysis where it was how much does it cost to run the positions, how much does our charter school office require as far as fiscal impact, and a percentage of other positions in the district that help also support our charter schools. I will say I believe this is probably a more expansive analysis than we've had in the past. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate Director Constam's request. And just to share with folks who maybe have not seen this memo, part of what we shared was to run the charter schools office, our current line items for the charter schools office is $247,500, and other district personnel, and this is an estimate. So our estimate was other district administrative services to support of our charter schools was $398,732 for a total cost to the district of $646,232, which is 3.8% of the total PPS charter school state fund allocation. So with regard to your question, I think I would defer back to your body as a deliberative board around what that is. But so we do now know what the numbers are.
We did discuss this very question around what is an ethical amount to pass through. And first of all, I just want to thank Tara for the incredible amount of work she did with this analysis. She looked at, we'll let her get her applause. She deserves them. She looked at data and like her calendar over the last several years to kind of create an average, because there are some years where we ask more from our charter staff to do this work, last year in particular. And so she has just done an incredible, very thoughtful, very thorough analysis. So we have a number that's real. The question about should we pass through more, we sort of have this responsibility to have space for students. So if they choose to leave a charter program and go to their neighborhood school, there needs to be a space for them. So there's this tension of how do we fund our charter schools and also make sure we're funding our neighborhood schools appropriately so that if those students, there's a space for them if they choose to leave. So there's this kind of like tension between how much we pass through and how much then gets sent on to the neighborhood schools that students could possibly end up attending. And so that's the reason for the not going to a full 95% across the board.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess just one of the things, having been on the board twice or 3 times almost, where charter schools have really struggled and ultimately not had their charters renewed, the level of staff work to both support from a financial standpoint and engage, and then if you ended up closing them, the work to get the students replaced. I think there's a cost there. They're one-time costs, but it happens periodically, and if we don't account for that, then the district's going to be eating that. It's a great question. I just think we have to account for those times when you have just this intense staff amount of focus and time and energy when you're having to close down a charter versus all the charters we're looking at tonight, which hopefully require less staff time. So maybe there's some sort of sliding scale, but I think we have to account for that it doesn't always turn out.
You'll notice in the memo that there's like general counsel 2% and some of those other numbers, and that is based on the last year when we did end up with a non-renewal and there was additional staff hours. So Tara did kind of an aggregate across years to make sure that what was there was taking into account the fluctuations. And so it's not, an exact number. It is an estimate, but it is based on looking at several years and several different seasons of charter renewals. But that's a really good point, Director Brim-Edwards.
So again, I want to thank staff for this analysis too, and also I want to thank Kairos PDX for calling the question in their renewal process for really asking us to address this, what they consider an inequity, which I agree. And because we wouldn't have otherwise done so. I think we've been doing business this way for a long time, and just going with the state minimum, and quite frankly, not even aware that statute gave us flexibility on that. So thank you to the leadership at Kairos PDX, oh my gosh, Zalika, Marsha, I'm so sorry, for originally doing the number crunching that you brought to our committee. I'm flustered because you don't have your adorable children here. So, yeah, it was really an important conversation, and part of the conversation, too, was this resolution is not specific to Kairos PDX. They just happen to be the only one of our charter schools that serves that population right now. But hopefully this is an incentive to our other charter schools to really diversify their student populations, and I think they regard it as such. So do we have any other discussion on this item?
Just to follow up with that, do we have any other charters that might be on the cusp, close to the cusp of?
Right now, the remaining 5 charters average about 20 to 22% students of historically underserved races and ethnicities. And I think we do have an opportunity with schools that are using a weighted lottery to increase those percentages. Weighted lottery would take a very long time to increase between 20% to 50%. Also opens the question if we ended up with a charter application. So,
okay.
All right.
Just
any other?
I was just saying, just along that point, it seems like I know that the conversations in the charter committee have been about getting schools to have more diverse student populations. So maybe instead of just having a cliff at 50%, that there be some sort of sliding scales to incentivize the schools to have their student bodies be more reflective of our student population.
I'm going to say that's a great idea, and we will take that back to the Charter and Alternative Programs Committee for further comment. Thank you.
Does that go up to that 3.8% though? So is that a ladder up 95% and go up from there, or are you suggesting?
No, I think what Director
between 80 and 95.
A ladder to get to 95.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, isn't that's what you were saying, right? Yeah.
Instead of just having a cliff of like either 50%.
You're either 50% and you get 95, or you're at 49 and you get 80.
You were at 50.1 last year, but you're at 49.9 this year, and so you take a big hit. Doesn't make much sense.
Just to be clear, this resolution that we're considering this evening speaks only to that 50% threshold, but Director Lowry, who chairs that committee, we can bring it up in committee and see if there's an interest in bringing forward some tweak to this resolution at some point in the future. But the board will now vote on Resolution 6069. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6069 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Latterell voting
yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So, Representative Latterell, you do not have a report from DSC tonight, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Superintendent Guerrero, thank you. We moved your report down in our agenda so that we could accommodate the students and families that have been with us on these earlier items. So we would love to hear from you.
I know you are also considering charter renewals. Since we have the staff here, I didn't know if you also had school community members that you wanted to take this item out of order. Happy to go after that.
Okay, thank you very much. Sure, we'll forge ahead. So our next resolution is to approve the request for renewal of the charter agreement for Kairos PDX. Sorry, guys.
We're trying to help you get your steps in.
Superintendent, I will not ask you to invite Karina Wolf and Tara O'Neill back up.
Welcome back.
All right. Good evening. So this is our first of four orders of business tonight. So Kairos PDX Academy Public Charter School submitted a written request for charter renewal on January 2nd, 2020, in accordance with the charter school renewal process outlined in ORS 338.065. On February 3rd, the Board Charter Schools and Alternative Programs Committee held a meeting to renew Kairos PDX's renewal application and supplementary information included in the binders provided tonight, the materials provided. On February 13th, the public hearing was held per ORS 338.065, 5C, and the board committee met again on February 20th to discuss its recommendations. The next step in the renewal process is to determine whether or not to approve the school's request for renewal. District sponsors of charter schools in Oregon are responsible for evaluating charter school performance and determining whether or not to renew the contract of the charter school based on its compliance with the law and the contract with its sponsor. As a member district of the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, PPS requires charter schools to use the recommended renewal application to ensure a fair and transparent process for schools undergoing renewal and to ensure that the renewal decision is based on criteria specified in statute. Evaluation for renewal includes a review of annual performance reports, financial audits, site visits, and any other information jointly agreed upon by the sponsor and the charter school. The information is formally collected in the school's annual performance framework and report. And now I'm going to hand it over to Tara to give some more school-specific information.
Good evening. Kairos PDX is a K-5 year-round charter school currently operating in the PPS Humboldt Elementary School building in North Portland. Kairos currently enrolls 204 students with a growing student population as the lead class fills the full class ages into the upper grades. Kairos' current contract includes an enrollment capacity of 244 students. Because Kairos has been growing by 1 grade per year, the school has only 2 years of state assessment data reported. The results on state assessments have not been consistent, in part due to the small student population in grades 3 through 5. More data is needed, both longitudinal over time as well as sample size within years, before we can assess trends for student achievement data. The board has been provided with copies of the Kairos renewal application, the 2018-19 Oregon Report Card, and the 2018-19 Annual Performance Framework and Report, which includes analysis of student achievement data to date. In addition, over the course of the last charter term, the school has exhibited financial sustainability and consistently meets both financial and organizational standards on its frameworks. Kairos PDX opened in 2014 and is in its 6th year of operation, completing its first charter renewal in 2017. This is Kairos' second charter renewal, and per Oregon Revised Statute 338.065, the first renewal of a charter shall be for the same period as the initial charter, and subsequent renewals of a charter shall be for a minimum of 5 years, but may not exceed 10 years. Kairos PDX has requested a 10-year renewal of its charter. The reason for the requested length is that the term of the contract with a charter school will often be considered in applications for low-interest financing, and the longer term allows for greater access to lower-cost facilities financing opportunities. Additionally, as part of its renewal application, Kairos requested a pass-through of more than the statutory minimum of 80% and an increase of the pass-through rate to 95%. Kairos has also asked for an increase in its enrollment capacity from 244 to 255 students to allow for flexibility in class sizes as the upper grades become fully enrolled.
We'll get this motion on the table. The board will now vote on Resolution 6070 to approve the renewal of the charter agreement with Kairos PDX Learning Academy. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Director Bailey moves. Directors Scott and DePass second the motion to adopt Resolution 6070. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on Resolution 6070?
Yes. Marcus Mundi.
Welcome.
When
I signed up, I thought it might be controversial, but I just wanted to say that we're proud of Kairos. They're a proud member of the Coalition of Communities of Color. We support them. We applaud the wisdom of the board for approving their pass-through amount, and we look forward to a positive vote on the extension of their charter. We're very proud of Kairos.
Thank you very much.
This may be a comment or a question for staff. When it comes to facilities overall for charter schools, and I'm just curious, I'm not on the charter committee and as a new board member, how does that play out? So I know Kairos right now is in a PPS facility. Are they guaranteed to continue in that facility, or is that a question? How does that play out for a charter school, just generically?
So there's no obligation for the district to, for any of our contracted schools, to provide a facility, and so that's an individual negotiation between the school and the district.
Is it a year-by-year negotiation, or if we, approve a 10-year charter, do we enter into like a 10-year lease with the organization? Is that a possibility?
I would defer to the facilities department or the superintendent. That's what I will say is that's not handled in the charter office.
So my understanding is that the renewal, and correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent Guerrero, that the renewal is for the charter. It does not have to do with the lease agreement at Humboldt. And in fact, the feedback from Kairos PDX has been that they would like their own building, and part of the reason for the 10-year is to give them the opportunity to look at purchasing another facility that would better suit their needs. And so that's part of the reason for that 10-year is to provide them that stability so they can find a permanent home, and so they don't have to be worried about if we need Humboldt at some point, what that might look like.
And apparently it was an important variable in obtaining financing to show that the district has extended a 10-year lease, and Portland Village School relayed the same comment to us.
I guess I would say just specifically about the school, they have a lease that it's for a certain amount of space that they pay a certain amount of, which is a separate item that we approve separately. And I believe they're the only charter in a PPS school. Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Any further board discussion? All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 6070, approving the renewal for Kairos PDX. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6070 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Latterell voting.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Next, we have renewal request for extension of the charter agreement with Opal Public Charter School. I'll put the motion on the table, and then we'll see if we have board questions or discussion. The board will now vote on Resolution 6071, approving the request for extension of the charter agreement with Opal Public Charter School. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Director Bailey moves and Director DePass seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 6071. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on Resolution 6071?
No.
All right. Do we have board discussion or questions on this? Or staff?
Just a clarification, we do have just some general information on each school if you'd like it.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Opal Charter School submitted a written request for 1-year extension of its contract on January 2nd, 2020, as required by its contract with PPS. On February 3rd, the Board Charter Schools and Alternative Programs Committee held a meeting to review Opal Charter School's request and the supplementary information included in the binders provided tonight. Opal Charter School is a K-5 charter school in Southwest Portland, housed in the Portland's Children's Museum, enrolling 89 students. The school's instructional program is guided by the work of early childhood educators in Reggio Emilia, Italy, neuroscience research, and constructivist practices. The Opal School, through its association with the Museum Center for Learning, operates as a research lab for educators nationwide who take part in Opal's summer symposium and visitation days during the school year. And now I'm going to...
Opal
Charter School is currently operating under a 5 to 10 year flexible term agreement, the 4th extension of which terminates on June 30th, 2020. So this is the 9th year of that contract, and the PPS board and school need to agree either to extend the contract by 1 year or to initiate a full renewal process. OPAL has requested that its contract be extended as per Section J of its contract with PPS. The PPS Charter Schools Office has submitted OPAL's report card, Oregon report card, and performance framework, and in its review of academic performance, fiscal management, organizational stability, adherence with all applicable state laws, the Charter Schools Office has found no areas of statutory or compliance concern in its review.
Have any further board discussion or questions regarding OPAL?
Nope. My son went to pre-K. They had a 3.5-year-old program back in the early days.
So,
I have been everywhere, yes.
Just want to note for the public and for my fellow board members that for each of these schools, even with a 10-year extension, we're monitoring their performance every year so that if need be, we can intervene as needed, or hopefully not have to intervene, but we're doing that accountability work on a yearly basis.
Important point. The board will now vote on Resolution 6071. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6071 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Latterall voting yes. All right. We have one more, which is a resolution to approve, two more, to approve the request for extension of the charter agreement with First Portland Arthur Academy, public charter school. We'll get the motion on the table and then tell us a bit about Arthur Academy. The board will now vote on Resolution 6072, approving the request for extension of the charter agreement with Portland Arthur Academy Public Charter School. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Director Scott moves and Director Bailey seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 6072. Ms. Bradshaw, any public comment?
No.
All right. Tell us about Arthur Academy.
Portland Arthur Academy Charter School submitted a written request for a 1-year extension of its contract on January 2nd, 2020, as required by its contract with PPS. On February 3rd, the Board and Charter Schools and Alternative Programs Committee held a meeting to review Portland Arthur Academy's request and the supplementary information included in your binders. Portland Arthur Academy Charter School is a K-5 charter school in Southeast Portland, currently enrolling 175 students. The school uses a research-based direct instruction model that focuses students through a highly organized incremental curriculum and ensures they master each skill before moving on to the next. Portland Arthur Academy is one of 6 Arthur Academies in the greater Portland area, which share a common curriculum, a single board of directors, and a central administrative office.
Portland Arthur Academy is also operating under that flexible term 5 to 10 year agreement, is also in the 4th extension of that term, as was Opal School. And again, this is the 9th year of that contract for them. Portland Arthur has requested that its contract be extended by 1 year. The PPS Charter Schools Office again submitted the Oregon report card and the performance framework for Portland Arthur Academy and found no areas of statutory or compliance concern in its review.
Any board discussion or questions?
It's just fascinating to see the different approaches in these schools. Arthur Academy in particular, that's different.
Yep. I've told this story before, but I visited Arthur Academy and Opal School on the same day, and their practices and their pedagogy couldn't be any more different. And in both environments, kids were learning, kids were engaged, kids were joyful. It was really kind of incredible to see these very different methodologies all achieving pretty great results in terms of student learning. So the board will now vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a comment? Okay. The board will now vote on Resolution 6072. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6072 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Latterall voting.
Yes.
All right. Now we move on to a request for renewal of the charter agreement with Portland Village Public Charter School. We'll get it moved. The board will now vote on Resolution 6073, resolution approving renewal of the charter agreement with Portland Village School. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Director Bailey and Director Scott moves, and Director Scott seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 6073. Do we have any public comment?
No, sorry.
Okay, it's all right. Is there any board discussion on this resolution? Or excuse me, can you please tell us about our friends at Portland Village School?
Sure. Portland Village Public Charter School submitted a written request for charter renewal on January 2nd, 2020, in accordance with the charter school renewal process outlined in statute. At the same February 3rd, Board Charter School and Alternative Programs Committee held a meeting to review Portland Village School's renewal application and supplementary information included in the binders and online. On February 13th, the public hearing was held per ORS 338.0655C, and the board committee met again on February 20th to discuss its recommendations. The next step in the full renewal process is to determine whether or not to approve the school's request for renewal. The renewal's decision must be based on criteria specified in statute. Evaluation for renewal includes a review of an annual performance reports, finance audit, site visits, and any other information jointly agreed upon by the sponsor and charter school. This information can be found in the school's annual performance framework and report.
Portland Village School is a K-8 charter school operating in North Portland using a standards-based Waldorf-inspired approach. PVS currently enrolls 404 students with an enrollment capacity of 444. The board has been provided with copies of the Portland Village School's renewal application, the 1819 Oregon report card, the 1819 annual performance framework, and a summary and analysis of the results of Portland Village School's academic plan of improvement. The plan of improvement was implemented in 2018-19 due to 2 consecutive years of failing academic results on state assessments in elementary grades English Language Arts and grades 3 through 8 math. While PVS still has some work to do to meet district average state assessment results in math, the progress toward improvement in 1 year is apparent by a 15% increase in students meeting benchmark in grades 3 through 5 math and a 13% increase for students in grades 6 through 8 math. Additionally, in English Language Arts, grades 3 through 5 students meeting benchmark increased 12%, meeting the district's average for the first time in over 4 years. Portland Village School has continued its implementation of their academic plan of improvement in the 2019-20 school year. Portland Village School has undergone significant turnover in school leadership as well as in the business office in the last 2 years. There were concerns listed in the 1819 municipal audit in regards to internal controls and preparedness for the audit, which were a direct result of having lost business office staff just prior to the audit. In response, the school has implemented a sound financial management system that includes an internal bookkeeper and an external contracted accountant to provide a more robust system of controls and protection against future staff turnover. Historically, the school has exhibited financial sustainability with a reliably healthy cash balance. Portland Village School consistently meets organizational standards on its annual performance frameworks, having a strong governance structure through its board of directors. Portland Village School opened in 2007, is in its 13th year of operation, completing its first charter renewal in 2010 and its second in 2013. This is Portland Village School's third charter renewal. Per statute, the renewal of a charter shall be for a minimum of 5 years, but may not exceed 10. And Portland Village School has requested a 10-year renewal of its charter specifically so it can be eligible for a specific facilities financing opportunity at a lowered interest rate.
And just to be clear, our resolution recommends that 10-year renewal. Do we have any further discussion or questions?
I would just say that Portland Village School is housed in a church that they are renting, and they have a lease through 2024, but this 10-year renewal gives them the opportunity to secure that low interest funding so that they can hopefully purchase a building so that they can continue to grow and sustain their program. Sustain and grow, I guess, is the correct order of that sentence.
Thank you. We won't quibble about that. The board will now vote on Resolution 6073. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Any abstentions? Resolution 6073 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Lattrell voting.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, really great staff work. These renewal processes are very labor intensive. And I also want to commend Director Lowry for her stewardship of this process through our board committee. She did a fabulous job, and
she's good at everything.
It's always a great opportunity to learn more about what's going on in our charter schools. And I'm going to make my which is, as a district, our intention is to use our charter schools as laboratories to help us learn and to learn from the things that are working for their students in these smaller environments. So we have had some discussion recently about shared professional development with our charter schools. So I hope some more of that does take root.
And Chair Constance, I would just thank you for giving me the role of serving as the chair of that committee. It's been a wonderful learning experience, and it has been great to know get to know the passionate educators at all of our charter schools, and to have the chance with Director Bailey to visit everybody this winter and to really get to see the incredible education that's being provided for our students at those charter schools. Yeah. So thank you.
All right. I believe you have a report.
Good evening. I appreciate that we prioritize hearing from our school communities on an evening like tonight. So I wanted to do something a little different tonight, particularly given recent hate-related incidents in our schools, in addition to hearing tonight's testimony from members of the Rosa Parks community, especially as we're just entering the month of March as we close out Black History Month. So I wanted to share a few reflections. There's not going to be a slideshow, so thank you for indulging me. But I wanted the broader community to be clear about my position on issues of racial justice. So I'm going to expound on a little bit on that tonight. Because it does pain me to hear feedback from our PPS teachers and from members of Rosa Parks community, for instance. The lack of trust that underlines their words puts on display the evident work we still need to do to close that gulf between our collective words and actions on behalf of children of color. The commitment I bring to the students of Rosa Parks and in every underserved school community is that children of color and their parents deserve and have the right to expect that each day in school is affirming of our students' identity and that they feel that their culture is valued, that we ensure rigorous, culturally responsive instruction is provided, that as educators we demonstrate care for their academic, social, and emotional well-being. My commitment requires that students' needs are centered in the conversation. I commit that the proposals brought before the board are developed by leaders who share this viewpoint, who bring their relevant experience, and who work tirelessly to achieve these ideals. This is the culture that we are trying to build. Transformation work is complex, and by definition involves real change. And there may not always be unanimous agreement. The opportunity we have is to build relational trust by demonstrating strategic actions and improved outcomes. And the opportunity to build trust exists by continuing to work together against many of the often larger forces working against us. Last week, I reported on the highlights of our district's celebration of African American culture. Our leaders, our students, we need to keep celebrating Black excellence in PPS all year round. It's important. And it's tough because Oregon and Portland have a unique history. This district has a mixed track record in being able to deliver an educational experience that produces equitable outcomes for students of color. It's an environment, and particularly at this moment in our country, where students of color continue to experience or be victim to hate incidents in our schools. These are eerie, painful reminders of the acts of racial terror of our past, and they're indicative of the racial injustice our students, families, and staff of color face today still. When we are confronted with addressing these acts of hate, I know that it is not representative of the talent and gifts of our students and educators of color. And there are many places where this excellence is evident and places where we're making progress. I want to affirm the strong leadership, and we've often highlighted them just in this past year, just to recall our memory of people like Mercedes Munoz, our Teacher of the Year in Oregon, Principal Chris Frazier, new Community Engagement Team member Shanice Clark, Principal Curtis Wilson, Lincoln Assistant Principal James McGee, a key HR talent recruiter Loretta Benjamin Samuels, Jeffrey McGee, Camille Idedebo, and many, many more. And I also want to point out that our student leaders continue to grow in their own voice and leadership. We have examples around our offices all the time. Mr. Tay Viandre, if you're still here, who's always around bugging us about what we can do better.
He might be upstairs. They like to wander around.
Yeah.
Not the best practice.
I have some spreadsheets he could balance out for me. Jamari Thiele, Tiana Haley, Faisal Osman. These are just of the few of the names we get the opportunity, when we're not in schools to see around, who I appreciate for their feedback, so that we might listen to them, so that we might continue to identify more effective ways to continue elevating student voice and perspective. For me, these are small and big examples of leadership and Black excellence, and they're living proof of the resistance. The charge before us as the district's leaders, which we fully have embraced, is to reimagine a school system so that it serves every student, especially Black and Native kids, in a way that public education was never actually designed to accomplish. We've made much progress in a short amount of time to both set a foundation and begin to rebuild the system better designed to serve us. Yet I know that to improve, to transform, to innovate, to reimagine, and provide the best possible educational experience for students of color, we have to confront, we have to talk about the pain and suffering often caused by the system. A system that produces inequity and that to this day is the site of reproductions of terrible symbols of racial hate and terror. They happen here in Portland. As I talk to my colleagues embarked on similar work around the country, they face them too. We cannot get outside the shadow of the system unless we can integrate our ability to resist and create pockets of equity. We have to face our failures and commit to working together to build and create a system without oppression. Because as James Baldwin once said, one of my favorites, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced. When we take both our potential and our failings, we arrive at the nexus of who we are. It's in that spirit that I want to urge us as a collective to face what is happening in our district and our community. Let me give you some current examples. Nooses continue to be found in our buildings. Graffiti with disturbing imagery and the N-word have been written on our walls. Our indigenous students are traumatized by images that glorify depictions of colonization. Our Asian students and their parents are being victimized by fear of xenophobia. There are concrete examples of every one of these just in the last week. How are we building our understanding in order to move forward? For the past 4 months, several leaders and teams throughout the district have engaged in deep racial equity and social justice professional development, partly to review the racial legacy of our country, but also to study the racist patterns that show up over and over again, and that are often entrenched in school systems across the United States. We know that we've inherited an institutionally racist system, and we're examining head-on ways in which culturally racist narratives and beliefs show up in policies, practices, and procedures, because they still do. And no matter what we are told, no matter how much we might wish it so, racism still very much exists. Institutional racism continues today to create barriers and hold people back. We must examine ourselves and our system every day to ensure that we are not part of the problem. Our hope is that this shared learning not only leads to concrete actions that make PPS a more racially equitable and social justice-oriented institution, and I would say, after a career of this, engaged in strong anti-racist teaching and leading, that we build a shared culture around learning and leading together. We aspire to partner with the greater community to build deep relationships of trust so that we are a more truly inclusive organization, one where we must embrace a collective effort to embrace our young people as partners in our decision-making, and one that shifts power so that voices and perspectives from communities and leaders of color participate in the work to close these pervasive disparities. One school, one leader, one parent, one board member, one classroom cannot do this alone. To become more hopeful, more committed to living in a complex world, we have to do this together. And we have to live the principle of being kind to one another while being critical about the system. For me, this is personal. As a Latino, the son of immigrants, a man of color, I've chosen to commit my life to this work. And I live in a community where the beneficiaries of our racist system call into question my commitment and moral courage to lead racial equity work. We can't address the trauma caused by a racist act when we point fingers. We can't find our hope or bolster our commitment to students when we only run to the fixes. We have to be in community with one another, with our students, our families, our educators, our culturally responsive partners, talking about the injustice and committing together to create a more just world, a more just school system. I believe, many of us believe, that the staff recommendation for Rosa Parks, with all the additional programs and resources included, is an improved array of responsive supports for students, the best way to ensure that we are able to influence the conditions in the school and do better by students of color. But I also know that people in the Rosa Parks community still do not feel heard. No matter the structural plan for the school or what calendar we use, we share responsibility for continuing to find ways to bring us together so that we can fortify the relationship between district leadership and the school community. Furthermore, tonight, the Board of Education is going to vote and consider our student investment account investment package, specifically the application. I'm proud of the work that our community and staff have done to prioritize and often center students of color in these investments. We know these investments will have the potential to accelerate achievement, and as we say in our community-driven vision, prepare our students to lead change and improve the world. This is not about a single conversation. It's about the broader transformation of a public institution. I'm committed to this work, and I know that you join me in that effort. Thank you for hearing my reflection tonight. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
You know what we call that in Black Church, don't you? We call it preach. I really appreciate you sharing those reflections with us. They're personally meaningful.
All right, our next item on the agenda is a look at our mid-year progress measures. In October, our board adopted 3-year goals that outline a set of academic milestones that hold ourselves accountable to increase student outcomes for students most historically underserved in our district. We are committed to making the system shifts required to better support our students, educators, and leaders to improve student performance, even when those decisions are difficult. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this item?
Oh, what an appropriate transition. To be working for a board that is being clear about our own accountability and the improved outcomes we want to have for the students we have the privilege of serving. So thank goodness we have nationally renowned Dr. Russ Brown with us now, who, like many of our new cabinet members, has had to come in running. The good thing is that we're here tonight to follow through on the commitment we made with the board to report out at the midpoint of each year how we're doing. So, Dr. Brown?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Chair Consam, Vice Chair Moore, Superintendent Guerrero, members of the board and community, pleased to be here this evening. Tough act to follow. Thank you very much. That being said, I am pleased to be coming back to present a mid-year update. We had promised the board and the community to not only talk about the board goals, but also update periodically on a series of progress measures as well. So in October of 2019, the Portland Public Schools Board adopted a series of 4 board goals that were informed by the community engagement process that led to the Portrait of the Graduate. As you can see, our goal, our vision for the system is to produce graduates that are compassionate, critical thinkers who are able to collaborate and solve problems and be prepared to lead in a more socially just world. The goals that have been outlined by the board work in a ladder. They act as a series of rungs towards this ultimate vision, and have been informed by that. 3 of the 4 goals, and I was really pleased at the time that the board was so bold to take 3 of the 4 goals and make them racially explicit in terms of their outcomes, and to outline those as students move forward towards this portrait. The first of those rungs on that ladder is that transition from learning to read to reading to learn. And it's such a critical transition for students to be successful further in their educational process and to be able to fulfill that potential of a portrait of a grad. As you can see, the 3rd grade reading goal is the first of the racially explicit goals. Last year, when we were looking at this data, only 44% of our historically underserved students of color were meeting growth, and we were projecting to move to 60% to meet or exceed growth by the spring of 22. Now, as you'll recall, as we moved into December, we talked about, well, what could be some mid-year progress monitors for that? And what we decided to do was to focus on winter map and where we are at the midpoint of the year. And the winter map is highly predictive of where students are going to end up on SBAC. It's also highly predictive of where they're going to end up in the spring on MAP. The expectation was that 45% of our historically underserved students of color were going to meet or exceed their growth expectations in the winter map. As you can see, this progress measure is on track. 47.3% of our students have met or exceeded growth expectations at this point in time. So the first of these is much in line with what we expected. I think you're going to hear this sort of resounding theme that, these mid-year progress monitors, they're formative. They sort of let us know, are we in the ballpark of where we expected to be? I think you're going to hear me say again and again, we're about where we expected to be when we put these forward. The second of the goals, again, racially explicit goal, is around 5th grade math. And again, We focused on fifth grade math because it's a set of essential skills for students to be able to move on and be able to access advanced mathematics later. And again, when we're looking at our historical data, 41% of our students, our underserved students of color, were meeting or exceeding growth targets. And again, to keep up, you have to be at about 50%, so gaps were actually widening. And we're moving again to 60% of our historically underserved students of color meeting or exceeding the growth targets by spring of 2022. So when you look at the fifth grade data, again, we use MAP as a mid-year progress point for this. The expectation was that 43% of our students would meet or exceed growth targets this year. This is in line with the performance we saw last year. So we were expecting a ramp up in terms of the outcomes over time, and this year to be relatively stable. At this point in time, we see 42.8% of our students are meeting or exceeding their growth targets, very much in line with the 43%. I'm not going to interpret 2/10 one way or another. It's in the ballpark on that.
Just a quick question about the just how it's set up, where you have I guess it's the slide before where you have the circle and the lines. So is the spring the last measurement, or is it the summer the last measurement?
Spring.
Just I remember we had 4 points.
There are 3 points of measurement. So. When we look at the eighth grade goal is the summative measure, and if we recall, it's a placeholder because we're redesigning middle school, and we want that redesign to be reflective, again, of the exploratory opportunities that students pursue in middle school in preparation for entering high school to be ready to pursue those post-secondary pathways that we have defined. As a placeholder, we fully expect that part of that is academic outcomes, that we expect students to perform in terms of reading and mathematics on SBAC, and that's a placeholder for this. And we looked at both of those. How many students are passing both the SBAC in reading as well as mathematics? And again, looking at our data, 43.9% of our students were passing both subjects, and we're looking to move forward to 51% meeting proficiency in both as we move forward. When we looked at this data, we disaggregated. We broke it out and looked at, in terms of progress monitoring, where are we in terms of reading, where are we in terms of math, and then where are we in terms of combined. And I'm going to go through this relatively quickly because of the hour and other things that we need to be doing as well. I'm going to talk about ELA first. I'm pleased to say that, in general, Portland Public Schools students are outperforming their peers nationally, about 4.5 points in terms of NWA, the MAP scores. 4.5 points in eighth grade is a lot. The average score for an eighth grade math participant in our system is equal to or higher than 73% of the students in the national normative sample. So 73 out of 100 kids perform at or below the average PPS student. So I think that's really quite promising. The mid-year expectation for ELA was that 59% of the eighth graders would be on track to meet or exceed proficiency, and this progress measure is on track with 61.2%, again, being on track to meet proficiency in the ELA.
You better be careful or we're going to ramp up our goals.
Not yet. I've seen that before. Let's not do that. Again, in mathematics, our students are outperforming the nation again. And this is unique for mathematics because this is the first grade where we see that. Outperforming the nation by about 4.1 points, that is, again, quite a lot. And again, our students on average are outperforming 67 out of 100 students in the country. It's quite impressive. Mid-year expectation for mathematics was that 42% of our eighth graders would be on track to meet or exceed proficiency. 42.1% are at this point in time. Yeah, I see the question mark. How is it that we've got 67, we're ahead of 67% in the country, but we're only projected to have something less than 50% of proficiency? And I'm asked that you humor me on a little statistics thing here, but I think it's really important for our community to understand the shift that occurred when we went to the Common Core. So the SBAC, the Common Core threshold for career and college readiness, is not the historical proficiency. If you look at the average score for mathematics around the country, the score on the RIT is 229, and that's the 50th percentile. Our distribution is at 233. It's at the 67th percentile. It's shifted over. The vast majority of our kids are above the median. The cut point for proficiency on SBAC is at the 72nd percentile. So over half our distribution is below that. The cut point for proficiency is extraordinarily high in 8th grade for mathematics. And it's just, I think, really important for us to be aware of that and for the community to understand that this isn't your grandkids' proficiency. This shift to career and college readiness, which I think is ultimately aligned very well with our expectations for post-secondary readiness in high school, is quite a shift in expectation. It is well above the average. And again, at the 72nd percentile, 7 out of 10 kids around the country are falling below this cut point. And the fact that we have them close to half of our students meeting this threshold is really rather impressive for our kids.
Just to clarify, so while you're saying it's a high bar, you're also saying, I thought I heard that it's the right bar for college and career readiness and being prepared for high school?
I believe that, again, monitoring to be on track to meet the cut point for the PSAT or the SAT, I believe, is the right threshold. 72nd percentile is actually probably a little high for that, but in spirit, this idea that we want to have a higher bar and we want to be moving towards this, I think is really important for the board and the community to understand that. It's also important to understand in the context of moving student achievement, these shifts for moving an entire distribution of scores don't happen overnight. If we look at NAEP scores around the country over time, they move gradually. This sort of shift is going to take time. So finally, when you put these together, the on-track measure, which combines both reading and math, it was set at 40%, 39.3% of our students are meeting that threshold right now. And again, that's the combined reading and mathematics is the limiter there. And part of that's because it's such a high bar. Finally, the post-secondary readiness goal, which may be the one that I found the most exciting of the lot, was looking at, again, Portland Public Schools graduates and how they could demonstrate in one or more pathways that they're meeting some sort of post-secondary readiness. And specifically for our students of color, that roughly half our students of color are meeting one of these criteria right now, and we want to see that move to 56% by 2022. We are still committed to the arts and weaving arts into that, as well as adding the testing requirements as we move forward.
But we can't measure that expectation for the arts until we have the consistent opportunities in place.
Exactly, but we're building, again, the pathways to be able to talk about what that means. So just as a reminder for the board and the community, we looked at students who successfully complete 3 or more AP classes with a C or above, or 3 or more IB classes with a C or above, folks who complete a CTE pathway, or students who complete 3 or more dual language courses with successfully, or students who meet the seal of biliteracy. At this time last year, 57.8% of our students were on track to meet one or more of these criteria. At this point this year, 59.4% of our students are on track to meet one or more of these criteria, which I think is quite promising. In terms of our historically underserved students of color, last year at this time, 46% were on track to meet these criteria. At this point, 44.1% are on track to meet one or more of these criteria. So I've buzzed through this fairly quickly, and again, my suggestion would be that, given that this is the first time that we've looked at this, in our first set of interim progress measures, we're not at the end of the year yet, it's not summative. These are largely consistent with expectation. Some are a little higher, some are a little lower, but I don't know that I would interpret any of these. I wouldn't get excited in either direction about these. I think this is where we expected to land, and that's what we're seeing at this point. Now, happy to entertain questions at this point in time. Thank you.
Can we go back to the 8th grade? And the 8th grade goal is the only one of these four that we did not explicitly set or didn't set a goal explicitly focused on students of color, underserved students. Could you break out? Have you disaggregated these numbers by race, ethnicity? I thought, I couldn't find it. Yes. Okay, I wasn't sure whether I'd made that up or not. Thank you. Okay, so some of the numbers, there's great variation.
Correct.
Among the student groups. What do you make of that?
So one of the things that we committed to do, that the board identified 4 goals, and we have been working through and reporting out on those goals. We did agree, however, to report out the data disaggregated for each of those 4 goals. I think in part for us to be able to reflect upon those disparities that we see, and we may over time choose to adjust or rethink some of that. Again, I don't think the disparities are necessarily surprising at this point in time. We know that we have, and I think the superintendent spoke to it earlier, we know that we've seen disparities in our educational outcomes. Those will accumulate over time, so the 8th grade, and the fact that we're looking at a cumulative score for both ELA and math sort of doubles down on those disparities, so it's going to accentuate those where they exist. So I'm not surprised with what I see here. But again, we have committed to talking about this goal, providing the information, and providing it in a disaggregated way so that we're informed and can be thoughtful as we move forward.
So just to add to that, there's an extreme variability there, and to underline, they're not acceptable to any of us. And they help us begin to prompt the next level of conversation around what do we attribute the growth or the decline or the status of how any one of our student groups are doing, and really helps to prompt sort of our own district continuous improvement in the same way that we're expecting every individual school leadership team to disaggregate its own data at this point in the mid-year. And I know that our principal supervisors are working with their principals on exactly asking themselves those questions. Does this reflect the goals you set out for yourselves in your school improvement plans? And are you marshaling your professional development, your efforts, your resources available to you to try to narrow those disparities?
And I think in so many ways, all the different pieces of our agenda tonight are coming together, because this is very pertinent to the conversation that we had about Rosa Parks. I mean, we're going to keep getting the same results if we do the same things. And basically what you're bringing forward are results that don't reflect an infusion of new strategies or supports yet. And yet, in our next conversation, we're going to be talking about specific interventions that the Student Investment Act enables us to do, similar to the supplemental programming that we just committed to Rosa Parks, that we have reason to believe will make a difference in student achievement. But we have to be willing to disrupt the system that's not working for our kids.
Absolutely.
I think that's exactly right, is having an actual package of strategies that we can begin to work on actual execution and implementation with fidelity across our schools. Can we then begin to reflect on whether those are high leverage or not? Are they impacting student learning in the way that we're hoping? And so that's true. So, to Dr. Brown's point, sort of what you're seeing is sort of in some ways reflective of what we kind of unfortunately are expecting in many ways because of the historical lack of targeted supports and interventions in many cases. When a system doesn't have an implemented core curriculum, when it doesn't have an apparatus for professionally developing its educators or or its leaders. And so as you begin to put all those systems in place, let alone build a balanced assessment system to even have data literacy driven conversations, these are the building blocks of high functioning school districts. So the challenge is then starting to pull the levers to get the results we want to see.
Just wanted to say thank you for both the breakouts and the absolute score, along with the growth percentiles as well. That's very useful. And yeah, as I visit schools and look at classrooms and talk with principals and teachers, and we're in the baby step mode in a lot of ways in terms of teachers learning to use the mid-year assessments to reflect on their practice and to make adjustments and to function in a professional learning community with their peers to align what they're doing, to be able to learn from each other. And the exciting thing for me is for next year to have more staff and B, more capability for the reading specialist to step into a classroom for an hour or two so that teacher, without getting a sub, can go over and observe one of their peers. And I think that's going to start to accelerate
You're
progress.
quite welcome on the data. And I have to say the exciting conversation for us really is the conversation that follows this in terms of those investments that can actually change these trajectories.
Yesterday, our central office leaders spent the morning continuing to become fluent in how to generate and filter reports so that as they go out to their school communities, they're charged with supporting, they can sit with their principals and really kind of together sort of reflect on, the outcomes that they're seeing at this point in the school year and have some of those real-time conversations and adjustments that might need to be made. And so we need to continue doing that kind of data literacy across the school district. And so I know our principals are starting to get a little bit of that, but and certainly at some point we want our parents to really feel like, there are opportunities for them to really be able to interpret the same kinds of progress measures.
So, do we have generated, we talked about the quadrant scattergram around that's growth on one axis and actual proficiency on another. Do we have those for all of our schools that are using MAP now?
Those are available for all our schools, and actually for each of our individual teachers who are using MAP. So they have that for themselves.
Okay. Is that something that's easy to get to a school board member who's about to visit a school? And just the school level, not the individual classroom, but just as...
I will take a look because the ones that I'm thinking of are set up by classroom. So and that's a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't want to go there.
I don't think you probably want to go there.
So again, the operative word is it easy?
The classroom level ones are very easy for teachers, but I'll look to see if we can get a school level one set up one way or another.
Okay, thanks.
So two questions. Maybe this is more for the superintendent. On the high school readiness goal.
Or the deputy, maybe.
Pardon?
Or the deputy.
I can have my spreadsheet out.
You got the spreadsheet on one side and the data on the other, so I can predict, because they're the same conversations we're having.
I actually think this would be an easy one. Exactly. That may be a Luis question. So one of the things about the high school readiness goal, it's the one that had proficiency, but we had much bigger dreams that it not be sort of this just solely a quantitative aspects score. And it knows at the bottom it says, as part of the middle school redesign, a more comprehensive district rubric will be created. And then when I looked at the our potential investments, in the Tier 2, it had add funding for a full-time middle school director to lead and manage the middle school redesign. And since we're only going with Tier 1, I guess I'm looking for an update on like where we are on having a leader in the middle school redesign process. I think we all got excited about the possibility of having something much richer than this piece, so I'm looking forward.
We're charting into the CAO's territory.
Hello again. So the middle school redesign is in the process right now, and I'll just share it as an update where we are. That might capture your question or your concern. In the process of just posted an RFP to get a consultant, excuse me, to be working with us through the process. As the consultant comes on board, which will hopefully be within the next 4 to 6 weeks, then there will be the hiring at the same time of a director, middle school redesign. We call it a director of innovation and improvement. And the goal of that director initially will be to form a task force that will be very similar to the process used in the visioning. It was an opportunity to apply some design thinking strategies in the process of developing the vision plan. And so we found it rich, and so we're going to model that. Not that different than the work that is being done in the PK3 initiative. Very similar as well. But that's being led fully internally through Leslie Odell and her department. But in the middle school redesign, because of the richness and how more comprehensive we're going to go with it, the director, once the task force has been formed, is charged with creating the timeline for the next 3 years based on the concepts that up to this point have been developed within that middle school redesign. The first year, based on recommendations by the district we visited, Miami-Dade, but also the schools, districts we've connected with, and the universities, including University of Chicago's Lab School, UCLA Lab School, Los Angeles Unified School District, Houston Independent School District, Dallas ISD. They all recommended that our first stop should be empathy tours, where we spend time interviewing students about their own experience, learning from them, both those who have already graduated, those who are in it, and those who are coming to it.
Dr. Valentino.
Yes, ma'am.
May I be really rude and interrupt you for one moment, please, so that we can say happy birthday to Maxine before she goes home.
Happy birthday.
Sorry, Max, you're turning a little red. And her birthday is this week. That could not go unnoticed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good night.
Thanks for the cupcakes.
We get. Excuse me, Dr. Valentino.
That's okay. My apologies. I'm being long-winded here, but since I hadn't had the opportunity to share anything with you, I'm taking the opportunity to do so. And based on that learning, we will then spend the time developing the preliminary outline for what our middle school design model would include. The guiding principles are similar to the ones in the vision plan, but what is different is that if you recall a year ago, the conversation about capstone, the conversation about portfolios, that is going to be situated primarily in the middle school, and then we're going to work outward. Where does a capstone project come from? So we have to work backwards. How is that situated in a portfolio, and where is it headed? So then eventually we will have that PK-12 through line with those tools. But we're working on the concept right now. And once personnel is in place to really focus their time 24/7 on this, you will begin to see the traction that was gained initially in the conversations we had in our visits, but more importantly, that there will be indicators that you can actually look to suggest that. So while all this is taking place, we're talking to, for example, potential partners on portfolio platforms, right? Some are used already by CTE, so we're looking at those. So while it is being developed, we're already looking at things on the ground that we would begin to integrate if they seem to align and work well with what we're trying to create.
So appreciate that impromptu sneak preview of sort of where some of the internal thinking is, but I think I appreciate the question because if it's not going to be there, I think what we're pointing out here is that at this point mid-year we're able to put our nickels together and double down so that there's a position that's dedicated in large part to providing coordination among all of us in how we think about this work, but also in the identification of the technical assistance who we've been meeting with and in conversation with that are skilled and working with other school districts doing this exact kind of work as well. And so that gives us that little bit of extra capacity and direction on lessons learned from other districts in the school, in the country, I mean.
Tier 2 that is not happening. It sounds like it's on track the next month, plus some technical expertise, which is the consultant.
One of the things really clearly, and you articulated this very early on when I started serving here, was that it has to begin with the core. Tier 2 and Tier 3 does not exist absent a core, because then it's not Tier 2. It becomes your Tier 1. Your Tier 1 has to be solid. Guaranteed a viable curriculum based on state standards with rigorous instruction, high ceiling, low floor, allowing everyone to participate. Then as kids need additional support, then we start moving into differentiation within the classroom with the first tier. Then we differentiate into the second tier. And it's not a program that we send them to, but strategies that we use to address those challenges. And that begins Tier 2.
So while you don't see it in our full application of the SIA, for us this work was urgent, and we didn't want to wait until a new general fund budget was proposed, and we wanted to get started, and so we've kind of scraped up among our departments to make this happen.
I like that.
And get started.
All right, are we ready to move on to our conversation about our SIA? Anything further?
Can I ask one last question about the high school? And if there's not an answer, you can just share it later, but just the slightly lower rate on the historically underserved students. I'm just wondering if you've had any insights on, it's a different class and everything, but if there was something that, is it we're missing some CTE or some?
I don't have any insights into that. Thought I was on. I don't have any insights into that at this point. Again, this is the first time we've tried to estimate that mid-year number. It's going to be interesting to see how that evolves over time. So,
could be that students hadn't finished a class or okay.
Yeah, there are lots of different things that could work into that right now. Yeah.
Well, that's our first interim progress measure report.
Thank you. These are the kind of conversations that we look forward to continuing and tracking. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item?
Yes. It's been a lot of work. Not just because we're developing viable spreadsheets, but because it required a lot of input and feedback and needs assessing. If you think back to what we were sharing all the way back to late October, November, to arrive at this point, we think we have a well-rounded investment package here that's aligned with the spirit of the legislation, that attempts to make a substantive prioritization in a number of areas, that prioritizes underserved students in many different ways, while at the same time giving a broader capacity to the overall system. So we're excited to continue sharing about some of the details and what the process is at the state level. PPS is definitely in a very good place in its application. We were hoping to be the first big district to submit. Unfortunately, Salem had an earlier board meeting, so not that I'm competitive or anything. And we kudos to Superintendent Perry's team there for their good work. But Deputy Superintendent Hertz.
I'm actually, if I could just interrupt for a second, my apologies to the board, but I have a very early meeting as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 issue in the local community. But I have reviewed the materials, and we've gotten briefed on this before as well. And if I were here to vote for it, I would be very supportive. I think the district has put together a very strong application, and I will review the testimony later because I know we have some people signed up on this item as well. So my apologies and congratulations on, I think, a really excellent application.
So
Good night. Thank you.
Superintendent Guerrero said earlier, we've been working on this since October, and I want to publicly thank all the staff and community partners that have worked on this proposal and bringing this forward. It's a well-balanced proposal that supports our vision and students from racial or ethnic groups that have historically experienced academic disparities. Our commitment is also to hire staff who mirror our student racial and ethnic demographics. With that, I'll just open it to Deputy Superintendent Cuellar.
We're really excited, and just to echo some of those sentiments, we've been engaged in a lot of community feedback forums throughout the fall. I know that we heard some of that testimony earlier from some of our partners, and we personally feel through not only through our community forums, but also through our district budgeting process, as well as through our staffing process, and working, with multiple individuals, including our principals, who really helped steer our direction in this investment to be completely centered on our students and our staff, first and foremost, in our schools. And I want to be reminded of that we feel that this investment package is really centered on a lot of those critical components that were outlined initially in the application, which was first and foremost to make sure that we're centering the investments on our most historically underserved youth, and to make sure that we're centering our investment specifically on mental health supports and expanding opportunities for all of our students. Just echoing the superintendent's sentiments as well, as I think we're really excited that we have a robust package. Can we say that we wanted a little bit more? Sure. There's a lot of things that we absolutely could have done with more funding, but I think that with the funding that we were allocated, we were very deliberate in addressing a lot of the areas that our community, our internal and external stakeholders have identified as critical needs. We were also very deliberate to make sure that every one of our communities and our schools felt this investment to some capacity, and that's again a lot of the excitement that surrounds this is that. It was purposeful in that regard to make sure that every student at school would be able to benefit from this.
With that?
Yeah, I think we'll get the motion on the table, and then we'll see what board discussion and questions we have. The board will now vote on Resolution 6074, the Student Investment Account application for the 2020-2021. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Director Lowry moves and Director Bailey seconds the motion to adopt Resolution 6074. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on Resolution 6074?
Yes. Amy Henry and Marcus Mundi.
Thank you both for hanging in there. Welcome.
My name is Amy Henry, and I'm a counselor at Benson Polytechnic High School. I am here representing all of the PPS counselors at the comprehensive high schools, some who are with me here tonight. We share a collective concern that we received no increase in high school counselor FTE. In fact, in some cases, there were even cuts to high school counselors despite increasing enrollment. We have observed escalating needs across many areas of our work, so we were stunned that a decision was made to support K-8s in the SSA without more consideration of the unique needs of high school students. We understand that K-8s were funded to 250 to 1 because of the escalation of behavior issues. However, we also have seen significant increases at the high school level. Having worked as counselors at elementary and middle school levels, a lot of us speak from experience. At the high school level, there is much more focus on graduation, and as high school counselors, we are responsible for developing an academic plan and monitoring progress towards graduation for every single student. Almost all of our high school counselors are over 300, with some counselors even having caseloads of over 375. At Benson, we have 3 counselors, and we have been tracking how many students have been coming to the counseling department. And we have seen over 1,000 visits in just the last 2 months. This does not include parent meetings, 504 meetings, enrollment meetings, and hearings. We recognize that with the Student Success Act funding, all comprehensive high schools will now have a full-time social worker. It is important to understand the highly specialized and limited role that serves in a school. It enhances crisis response and help in connecting students and families to community resources, but on no level does it replace the day-to-day work of a school counselor. In many cases, schools were already funded a 0.75 to 1.0 school social worker, so this formalized addition does not materially change our work. Rather, our schools simply are allocating the resources that have been provided to fund the school social worker to other areas. We are really concerned that the key decision makers and advocates who were at the table for this process had no high school counseling experience, something that impacts their ability to truly understand the unique challenges of a high school counselor. Many of the metrics which our district is judged ultimately emerge from the work of high school counselors: the graduation rate, the number of students taking AP courses, the transition to careers and or college, mental health statistics, and access to preventative social, emotional, and academic support. In recognition of all of these factors, we urge you to make the same monetary commitment to 250-to-1 counselor ratio for grades 9 through 12. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My turn? Okay. Good evening again for the third and final time. I'm Marcus Mundy from the Coalition of Communities of Color. We're an alliance, I'm just going to read instead of speak extemporaneously. We're an alliance of culturally specific, community-based organizations with representation from 6 different communities. We support a collective racial justice effort to improve outcomes for communities of color through policy analysis and advocacy, culturally appropriate data and research, environmental justice, and leadership development in communities of color. Our mission is to address the socioeconomic disparities, institutional racism, and inequity of services experienced by our families, children, and communities, and to organize those communities for collective action resulting in social change to obtain self-determination, wellness, justice, and prosperity. That's a mouthful, but our mission applies daily to helping our kids of color achieve educationally. For over a decade, our members have partnered with PPS to provide culturally specific services to students and families here at PPS. We provide these family engagement, wraparound services, leadership, mentoring, extended learning opportunities for thousands of students and families each year. On behalf of and shoulder to shoulder with our members, the CCC has advocated in Salem, Multnomah County, the City of Portland, and this Board of Education on behalf of policies and law to promote education funding in support of these partnerships. Our members were critical in the advocacy that led to the passage of the SSA. It would not have passed without the deep and relentless commitment from communities of color, always with the tacit and direct understanding that their children, the historically underserved and currently underserved, I keep hearing historically underserved, but our kids are currently underserved. We're the children of a state that began on its first day with inequity codified into its constitution, and that these kids would at long last receive the resources they deserved as students in Oregon. Legislators heard from our members' staffs and the many families they serve about the imperative to focus resources on students most in need and strategies to close the pernicious gaps our students of color, students with disabilities, students facing homelessness, and students living in poverty all face. I commend Superintendent Guerrero for his leadership and commitment to engaging with me, our members, our communities of color. I was thrilled, actually, to participate in the visioning process and believe in the promise and power of that vision. This process paved the way for the district's commitment to partnering with our stakeholders in the community to learn more about how to prioritize the SIA application about which you're deliberating tonight. In addition to hearing from educators, students, and parents, PPS also partnered with us and Latino Network and our members at Fabian one day to hear directly from the service providers who represent and are accountable to the communities of color. I think I have too much on my list, but I have a lot more to say, but I'll just say a couple more things. I'm happy to see PPS's support of Kairos receiving more funding for their Learning Academy, of NEA and POIC, and the many other entities providing educational opportunity to our children. And there's 4 bullets that I just want to share. Of particular importance for our members are the following: additional funding to support racial equity and social justice partnerships with culturally specific providers, the focus on additional mental and behavioral health supports, providing additional POC representative educators, counselors, and social workers to support students, classrooms, and the school communities, additional funding for the arts and middle school redesign, and to continue to support Latino Network, SEI, NEA, IRCO. These are all CCC members who provide the essential wraparound services that make what happens in the school system go on a regular basis. I will just submit my comments the rest of the way, but I thank you for the opportunity to share some of these thoughts with you today. Thank you.
We appreciate it and look forward to continuing to work with all the members of your coalition. It's a great opportunity we have before us.
We have Stephanie Schiavo.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here.
I'm a school psychologist with PPS. I'm actually at Benson as well with Amy. We both realized we were speaking here today. I have some number information for the group, kind of an overview of what I'll be talking about. So school psychologists have been historically staffed, just according to national recommendations. And recently, historically, we have been staffed in PPS based on a formula that we as a group developed to promote equity for historically underserved students and our most impacted special education students. But the most recent staffing that we had didn't honor that formula. They used some different numbers. And so the total number of school psychologists that are slated for our next 3-year cycle, because we work in a 3-year cycle, is exactly the same as it has historically been. But we've had a 16% increase in special education students in the district, and so we're concerned about that. And we wanted to bring that to the group because we don't feel that we're going to be able to support students in the same way that we've been able to with that kind of an increase. So if you look on the second page, I actually blew up part of the numbers. It's a yellow graph. And you can see in October of 2018, the psych FTE allocation and the count of special education students, excluding students that are only served by the speech pathologist. And despite the increase, we actually only had a very tiny increase in allocation. And so we're requesting that we be staffed based on our formula as opposed to based solely upon the numbers. And that would serve 2 purposes. We feel like we were already staffed at a level where we couldn't get cut back anymore and continue to really serve the students well. And then also the cuts, the way that they were made, if you look on the next page, it's very tiny, and I apologize for that. But it has the FTE that is that we would recommend based on our formula. And then in the next column, it has the district allocated FTE. And then in the third column, you can see which schools are losing FTE based on that. And if you look through it as a group, if you have a chance, I think you'll see that it's all the schools that we wouldn't want to lose support. They're the schools that we've really been working toward supporting the students there. And we don't feel like the cuts, and especially the way that they were made, are in line with any district goals or initiatives. And we would urge that it be reconsidered. especially given the length of time that they'll be in place for the next 3 years.
Did you put this chart together here?
No, actually, some of my lovely colleagues did. I helped with it, but I did not. They're right in the back there.
It's very useful. Thank you.
They do a very good job. Do you guys have any questions about that before? I know it's a lot of information, so we tried to break it down, and the first page really has the allocation of FTE that we would like. That isn't an increase. It would be based on continuing to staff us at the same level. It has some information about cuts that were made to different psych programs over time that we think would make sense to go back in. Like early intervention, for example, doesn't have a psych allocated to it right now, which makes no sense. And then all the numbers. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Do we have any other questions regarding the SIA application? Any questions of staff or board discussion?
I have a couple questions.
Okay. Actually, I don't think we moved this, did we? It's getting. Oh, we did. Excuse me. Okay. Then proceed, Director Brim Edwards.
So I was just looking for a clarification of the process, so that I think for the community to understand kind of what the multi-stage process. And I had a conversation with the superintendent earlier today about this, because I think there's a lot of people who have been working for a long time on school funding, and this is like the first probably significant increment we've had in the last 20 years. So just a clarity on the process. So the application gets submitted, I guess, right after Salem's. Sorry. After your vote. Not to rub it in. And it goes in this template. And can you explain the process? And I guess when it's going to, at certain point, it's going to come back. And I think people would want to know, like, once we submit it, is this it? Or say after they've looked at it and they say, you know, we're good for the 80% of this, but this is the 20%, then we go down to the Tier 2 list. I've got it right in front of me, but I guess I'm looking for more. And I know it's this year it's a little bit of a work in progress, but I'm wondering if you get a preview, because I think once we send things down, people will want to know, well, is that it? What does it specifically look like? So maybe to the best of what we know. I think it's probably the qualifier.
So after the board approves this tonight, that's presumptuous on my part, right? Then we would submit it to the Oregon Department of Education, and then they go through a vetting and a process, an approval process, and then it would come back to us. It could mean that we would need to make some shifts along the way, right, to get to that approval process with ODE. And then we bring that ODE approved application back to the board for review and then approval a second time. Okay, and that would, it should be done prior to June 30th, but we just don't, with the Oregon Department of Education, it's the first time for them, it's the first time for us. This will become a routine as we go forward.
So what is going to get submitted? I've lost my chart, but you know what I'm talking about. This one right here. So what gets submitted?
The 4 components that we have posted to the website. Yes.
So this pretty much is, once we approve it tonight, this is what's in it. So I guess I have.
So are you asking about like Tier 1 and Tier 2?
No, I'm assuming it's all Tier 1.
Yes.
So nothing in Tier 2 is in there.
Correct.
But if anybody has asked for anything else and it's not in the current document, once we vote tonight, That is the proposal.
That's what we're submitting to the state. That's correct. And then if there, one of the things that we want to be sure of is because they give us a certain period of time to spend the funds, the Tier 2 is there in place in case there is a position we can't hire or there is some other circumstances that shift, and then we need to have a second tier to make sure that we spend every dollar available to us by the deadline made by ODE. So that's the purpose of
the Tier
2.
1 is the proposal.
The proposal.
So say they say $3 million of it, like we're not going to approve that, or for whatever reason. What's the process to go into Tier 2? Does it come back to the board, or is that an administrative staff function?
So
or
the
how
Tier
does that work?
2 it's an administrative staff function at that point, because we'll need to monitor this all the way through June 30th, because we will be tracking expenditures, really looking at it at a quarterly basis and seeing if we're on track and making sure that as resources become available, because maybe someone took an unpaid leave for a week and then you have a little bit of dollars there. We're going to make sure we buy some materials out of those dollars, something that's on our list, so that we make sure we don't give any of the grant back. We want to make sure we spend all the dollars on our students.
And I do think it's worth saying that, we had a work session on this proposal and went through all the elements. Now it's coming to the board for approval, but this is also a precursor to our ordinary budget process. Mm-hmm. And we haven't talked about the nuts and bolts of that, but I'm hoping that in our budget process we will be able to see what resources and what recommendations tie back to to this proposal, so that we are differentiating our general fund resources from the Student Success Act dollars, and we can take another run at things that we think we might not have gotten quite right, just as we do, not in this proposal, but just as we do every year in the budget process. Take into account the supplemental commitments we made and where we might still have needs, even though our school staff have gotten their initial staffing allocations. Thank you, Director Moore. I was going to say allotments. I'm like, that's not quite right. Anyway, so there's still process to come, and there's still decisions to be made and priorities to be discussed as a board about our general fund resources.
These are all good questions. I can assure you the staff is on top of details and rules and guidance as quickly as they come out, or even when they're not even invented yet. Some of our staff is in the audience because they're in constant communication with ODE. This past Friday, I was participating along with my colleague superintendents around the state with ODE and Deputy Superintendent Colt Gill, who gave us a little bit more real-time information about where they are in this process. They're building and flying as much as we are, given this infusion of resources, and what they're doing now is interviewing for a cross-section of folks to serve on these review panels. So they will take a look at our documents that we are submitting, all the ones that are posted publicly, our narrative, our spreadsheets, the idea of including the Tier 2 so that we can move with a little bit more expediency if, for example, we can't locate all the personnel or human capital that we're looking for, that we have some flexibility to make some adjustments. And, of course, we'll keep the board apprised when it comes time to thinking about making some of those adjustments. So we just wanted to get up at the top of the queue. So as those review panels come together, they've already identified a number of dates in the middle, not for a few weeks, in the middle to the end of March, and we hope to be in the first batch for our application to be reviewed. Of course, we couldn't help ourselves and already previewed it with many of the folks at ODE. So we think it's strong, and we look forward to whatever feedback they may have or clarification they might be looking for. So we're about as up to date and real time on this process as we can be, and we'll let you know as things become clear.
I guess the reason I had questions is because we, at the work session, I think we had roundtables, but we didn't actually have an opportunity to ask questions. And I'm just anticipating, and I had a conversation before the meeting with Deputy Superintendent about sort of the time period between now and when the money flows out, because I know there'll be questions by the community like, where did all the money go? I mean, because people will perceive as it went somewhere else. And
well, in our proposed budget document, we'll have very similar to last year, and 2 pages for every school that shows all allocations, regardless of fund, including the SIA funds. So you will be able to see by school what is allocated at every school.
Oh, that's right. Mm-hmm. So that's great. And for example, here's the nature of my question. For example, there's a line item, add 26 FTE to reduce class sizes in grades 6 to 8. My question was, what schools are those 26 FTE going to, and will there be an equity formula? And the answer was not like which schools they were, but like it's going to be determined by enrollment. And I guess I think there will be an expectation from our community, and we'll need to be able to account for where the FTE went, because people will look, and board members as well, of, where is this? Because we're not going to get another $1 billion for sure. I don't think in the next couple of years. So, where has it gone? What specific schools is it? What lens are we using? I had another question, but I can't move the chart. But also related to the middle schools, and some of the FTE looked like it was going to the middle schools, but there wasn't a similar allocation to the 6/8s that are in the K/8s. So I guess what I'm asking is, between now and when it comes back to us, are we going to see that level of specificity before it gets into the budget document?
We will be able to share it with you once we've rolled up the budget into the budget document. That's when we'll be able to show the detail by school and how everything is allocated. We don't have that. We're still inputting that into the system in order to create those reports that you're requesting.
And will we have that when it comes back again for the second? It looks like it marries up with the budget process.
We don't know exactly when the state will be returning it to us, so it's hard for me to answer that.
Yeah, I think they had it back by June.
So yes, you'll have the information before June.
So I just think that we're going to be able to need to show that the money went to, I think, historically or currently underserved students. I had a question, and I don't think this is for you. It's about the social work. There is a significant amount of money for, it says social workers and social work activity or something like that. Is that for certified social workers, or what does that mean? It looked like it's not actually a certified social worker, and I'm wondering if we actually are. I'm just trying to figure out what we're proposing. Are we proposing all certified social workers, or is it certified social workers and something else? The way the wording is constructed it doesn't necessarily sound like they're actually social workers, but it may be more community agents.
Right. So I'll call Brenda down here, but you're right, because that's called the conditional flexibility in terms of how we're focusing on mental health supports for students and so there is some flexibility with those 0.5 specifically in terms of what that can be utilized for, to answer your question. But I'll let Brenda kind of go into more detail around what is what is contained within that conditional flexibility for schools to use?
Good evening. So what we have done is we have allocated social workers, licensed social workers for our high schools. And then our K-5s and K-8s, we have given them flexibility based on their community needs and their school needs. And that has been in collaboration with James Loveland and Amy Rona because they're working with threat and suicide ideation and specific needs. So we have given them some constrained flexibility in regards to hiring 3 different types of personnel. So that's why it's called social work.
Okay, I knew there was an explanation here.
Yes. So it's either a licensed social worker, it is a QMHP, which is a qualified mental health provider. So that provides them a little bit more flexibility in looking at different needs that they have, or a counselor. So those are the 3 areas.
And there's also flexibility there between FTE and some contracted support, correct?
Correct. Yeah. We have some schools who have already contracted with some providers, and then they just wanted to increase that FTE. Additionally, like the superintendent had stated, we don't know for sure that we're going to be able to hire 42 social work type.
We're going to beat Salem on that one.
Yes, we are. So anybody out there watching at 9:55 p.m.
Salem.
Yes, please apply
We're not
for our social worker applicant pool. It's live right now. Giving a little PSA.
Has anybody worked with Portland State School of Social Work?
We have reached out our fingers to every social work type of entity known to James and Amy and many of our other providers. One thing I also want to state is under the umbrella of a QMHP or a qualified mental health provider, a school psychologist can also fit under that. And so I just wanted to be clear about that is one role that they can fall under that QMHP. It's different than the special ed role or the special ed hat that they wear. And so I just wanted to be clear about that.
So it's some pretty defined roles. It's not just a generic, like a community agent or something like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes.
So
it is a defined role. Okay. They are licensed individuals. Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? Anyone? From the board. But Renee, we appreciate your input.
So not on this topic, but back to 6-8 or middle school. 6-8 is part of a K-8 or middle school. So there's a clear line item on the pilot project for middle schools. There's also a class size reduction for grades 6 to 8. Is there, again, we're still in a transformative process where hopefully we create more middle schools, but in the meantime, is there funding to address 6-8s within K-8s in terms of offerings?
Well, we are dedicating a large portion into expanding elective offerings. Part of that,
is there a line item on here that corresponds?
58.
Yeah,
Activity 58.
I thought there was
52 and 58.
And it's late.
We're adding 10.5 FTE at 6-8s and K-8s in middle schools, as well as another line item for the 13 FTE in the 4 middle schools currently with 7th period.
Okay, so bless you.
Bless you.
I just saw that Seinfeld episode, by the way, but just
Anyway.
Are we still moving here?
Sorry, I'm getting rummy. Okay.
To answer your question directly, it's 10.5 FTE that would be spent across some of our schools to help expand their elective offerings specific to their pathway offerings.
So I just wanted to clarify because Director Brim-Edwards seemed to imply that there wasn't a funding stream there, but there is. And I don't know if I misheard you or not, but
Well, it's hard to tell if you don't have the name of the schools and which ones they're going to.
well, that's not the. That's different from saying there's no money going there.
Okay,
It's different
item
money.
number 26, and it's for grades 6 or 8 in K-8s and middle schools. It's the description. 10.5 FTE.
And that's not including the 4 middle schools that we have on here to pilot the 7-period schedule, which we know is 13 dedicated FTE to make that happen.
Right. So, say for example, I guess I was trying to get at with that is like I looked at that list and it's just like seems like Lane is. I know it doesn't currently have the 7-period day, but just the kind of glaring example of a school that probably could use some additional support, and I'm just trying to figure out where they.
In a couple months, that'll come clear as to how that falls out. But there's at least a significant investment there.
So, Director Brim-Edwards, we have heard from some of the Lane team around their expressed desire to go to a 7-period. We also are approaching that the same way we approached the Beaumont 7-period schedule last year, which had to go through a staff process in collaboration with both district and PAT. So that is something that the team is looking into and exploring because that's to your point. Lane has expressed interest in that.
And I guess I would be interested also in this longer term. If we're switching over to a middle school 7-period day, it looks like they get 26 hours less of you get more classes, but 26 hours less of instruction. And is that something we in each class? So you get the same amount of instruction, right? But so I guess the question of from the academic side of the district of are we concerned that in sort of math and language arts and science to lose 26 hours? It's not a question you have to ask now, but I think before we wholesale make the switch, it would be great to be reassured that we still think kids can get their core content in a skinnier.
And I think, and I'm sorry, Superintendent, I think there are some good examples already of what's being done. I would really encourage even the board, and some of you already have gone through Ockley, Green.
I was there this morning.
So, and just seeing the work that the teachers are doing and really committed to bell-to-bell instruction, how they've completely revamped their professional learning community structure. It's a very dynamic, collaborative team that's been committed to making that charge, and I look at them as kind of one of the model exemplars in terms of how that could potentially look.
So all of it also aims to just be able to go a little deeper with personalizing the learning for our students. So there's another line item in here for 26 FTEs just for the comprehensives to not just drive down that class size, but it'll also result in sort of that increased learning time as well, we hope.
Director Moore?
Can I take it up a few thousand feet? I think you guys have done a remarkable job. I was blown away when I saw even the initial draft. In the larger scheme of things, $39 million is a relatively modest amount of money. especially when we're talking about $1 billion of new revenue. And it's worth noting that so we've been talking about Tier 1 and Tier 2. The Tier 1 activities are this is where you've landed, these are the things we absolutely need to do, want to do, can do. Tier 2 is another $40 million a year worth of activities that we would desperately like to do. And I just think you've done a remarkable job. And I know a little bit about how much things cost, and you have squeezed out every nickel. And thank you. It's been really an amazing thing to watch. Can I just say one other thing? And I know you're all very tired.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just telling you, it shows. You're looking tired. So we should probably get you out of here sooner rather than later. But thank you for all of it. It's been, I have heard from teachers, I've heard from principals, I've heard from parents who've taken a look at this. People are very happy. There are quibbles. We could use more money. But I'm just, I want you to know that we know how hard you've worked and what a remarkable job you've done.
Thank you. Thank you, directors.
Here, here.
Absolutely.
Kudos to, this has really been a very broad team effort to pull this off. It's required just about every department here in the central office to sort of come together, and the challenge of competing priorities and, in fact, stretching those dollars. I know they call it Tier 2 investments. They really should have called them Plan A and Plan B investment packages. It makes a little more sense to the layperson, but you can see that there are many other areas where we really want to increase our capacity there. The good thing is this is going to be a little bit iterative because there's a massive human capital demand that is hitting the state of Oregon, and we're talking about over 200 licensed new positions in these SIA monies, but that's on top of the usual demand we have in hiring staff into. So that's several hundred licensed professionals ideally coming into PPS for the start of school. And so if we can't identify any level of those, we'll seek out alternative models for providing those direct services, but we may have to go to our Plan B. We may decide to increase the allocations in those other areas that we do think and agree are also important and supportive and maintain a direct service to students. It's not a small thing to note, since you're bringing up the administrative capacity. Under the legislation, big districts are limited in the administrative indirect that we can charge against this grant, and so that's limited to $500,000. And so you're looking at the same team who has to pull off the coordination and implementation of all of this new programming. And so we took our little bit of indirect and are applying it to hiring HR recruiters. Because and the other thing that's been driving and motivating us to get this done as early as possible is it allows us to jump into hiring process in a month early almost. And so we need to sort of take every advantage that we can take. So I am thankful that the team has got us to this point. I can share with you that many of my colleagues across the state are definitely not in a good place right now. The rules are very clear. This was reiterated by ODE. March 2nd through April 15th is the window for submitting your application. If you miss the deadline, you're not eligible, it looks like, to receive any monies for the coming school year. So you could probably understand sort of the pressure that they're probably feeling right now, particularly in districts that don't have the talented capacity that you see, many of whom here in front of you now. So I know Leslie is anxious with the team to press send tomorrow morning when we get the word. And
Call the question.
Happy to.
Just
I thought
thank
you
you
meant
for all
literally.
your work, and also on top of that, having at the drop of the hat, having to come up with a coronavirus plan.
Yeah.
I mean, and probably some ICE stuff as well thrown in. And thank you.
Not just a coronavirus plan for our district, but as leaders in the state, supporting those districts again who don't have the staffing levels we do by sharing our plans with them and offering resources. So thank you so much for. I know it's been a really busy weekend.
Yep, and it was a weekend. The board will now vote on Resolution 6074. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6074 is approved by a vote of 6-0. Thank you so much again for this really Herculean effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, board. Really appreciate your support.
Yeah. It's super exciting. Last, very quickly, I think we have one board committee report. Director Brim Edwards, did you have a MPG Design Advisory?
I did actually. The last week there was both an Multiple Pathways to Graduation Design Advisory Group meeting and a Kellogg one. Really quick on the Multiple Pathways to Graduation. We had a meeting on the 27th and went through, just had a master plan update, went through some image boards, and excitingly, there's going to be the presentation to the next bond subcommittee meeting of the master plan. And so that will be coming to the board shortly. And it's been great to see all the different staff from the different schools and the different programs come together and build a building that's going to support very diverse students. So that's coming to the board shortly. Then the other group was for Kellogg. Hadn't met for a while, so they did a bit of a recap of what's happened in terms of the build, and they're running right on the nose in terms of the budget, so that's all's well. They're still looking for the fall of 2021 opening. It's going to be LEED Gold Standard. There were a couple instructional issues that came up about the number of students and whether it was going to be a regional special ed site, and whether that impacted the number of students, and that probably needs to get resolved before we decide the number of students. We're counting on 675 students going in there, and it's going to be a regional special ed site, which might have some out-of-neighborhood kids. The board and the district are going to know that in terms of just planning for the boundaries, how many students you put in. And then the second issue that came up that is probably board related is mascot colors and a question about the Kellogg name.
We continue to have some student activism around reconsidering the name. Just acknowledging the student activism around reconsidering the name for our newly constituted school. So we'll be attentive to that, and our district student council will be attentive to that as well.
So no more Kellogg, Tony the Tiger.
All right, with that, thank you very much, everyone. We are adjourned.